Welcome to today's stream of the Hayseed Night. I hope you're all doing well. Oh, golly gosh. Not at all rushed. No, everything's fine. Everything's on time. In fact, I'm still like 1 minute early. Actually, I don't even know how many... Because Windows removed the seconds from the clock, so I don't actually know how many seconds early I am. Oh, now it's 5. Hello, Cost. You're very happy with your Blitzball emotes today, aren't you? Right, so we hit our goal, right, a few days ago, by quite a margin. So I have gone above and beyond. I made some different saves. So that's this save here on the top right, that's our current save. From where we left off last time I streamed this, right? Thank for head pat, I appreciate. Right, just give me a moment. And then I can explain what else I've done here. So if I go to page 3, I replayed the game from the beginning. And I made some different choices and I experimented a bit until I got to the point past the bathhouse where we wake up in Geoff's house. And as soon as I noticed something different was happening, I made a save. Because that is what the goal was for. We're going to get a new scene with Aina. And I don't know what's going to happen.
Fine!
Hopefully,
Do whatever you want! It's not me they're looking for!
hopefully it's good. We'll see. So this is when Geoff was storming off. Geoff slammed the door shut, taking all the air in the room with him. Sepp and Ada shared a glance under the last few sun...
Never mind! I'm not leaving you two alone in my house!
Geoff kicked the door open. He'd seemingly produced out of the air 2 plates of bread, boiled beans, and sweet lichen that Ada had never even smelled before.
You get 1 night, and that's it! 1 night to let you clear your mind, get some rest, realize how stupid what you're saying is, let reality sink in, and then we leave. Understood?
He tossed the plate at Sepp's face before curling down on his side of the room.
Good night, Sop. Make sure to smash any flea you see.
Sepp gawked at the unsophisticated meal and then back at Ada.
Please tell me he's not serious.
Okay.
Sepp just herself to sleep. Time slogged by that night. Soft snores and crickets in the distance. Shrubs that had been bitten down to the branches jittered around, trying to find a place to sleep. Ada searched the depths of his own mind for wisdom he lacked, trying to find a solution. To nothing in particular, to everything that was happening, to each and every last mistake in his life that had brought him to this moment. But no answers ever came. All he could do was struggle, even in his dreams.
You can't stay here. You have to leave.
I can't.
Ada.
Ada nearly had a cardiac arrest upon seeing the purple beads shining over him. Aina was quick to shut his snout.
Boss, you're back!
Aina forced his mouth shut once more. Her eyes shone towards Sepp, curled up in her own corner mere inches away. This was no place to speak. Aina took Ada's hand and led him outside. They sat on the edge of the cliff where Geoff's house rested. It wasn't a tall enough hill to see the whole city, but the fires shining throughout the night in the market and the bigger temples were still discernible past the nightly haze. The chilly breeze that blew in the night proved that dawn soon had truly come and gone, and the northern clouds would be pregnant with snow in a matter of weeks.
I ever tell you I can see your place from here, boss? Sometimes, when I feel sad or lonely, I'll look over here and I'll think that at least I'll get to see you tomorrow.
Aina poked Ada's stomach with a smirk.
Yeah, I think about the taters too. Darn, boss, give me a chance to be honest for once, will you?
Aina recoiled into a reddening little furball.
Of all the lies I tell, I think the biggest one may just be I hate it here after all. That was just me whining. I mean, look right there. I found a home. I built a new life from the bits that remained after I ran. I
Hey,
thought
bud.
I'd be okay, but now everything's breaking all over again. And I feel like this gotta be my fault somehow. Like, serves me right, you know? I didn't see it coming. I didn't want to see it anywhere. I messed up twice. I don't deserve a third chance.
Val,
My name
stop.
should be the top of the beast
Have a
list.
drink.
Stop slouching.
Thank you. Aina shoved her snout right in front of Ada's. Her purple eyes glowed a warmer hue under the orange moonlight.
Yes, boss?
She pulled at the sides of her mouth and smiled wide, showing each and every last one of her sharp teeth.
Yeah, I should have figured a ways back you ain't no dough, huh?
Her cheeks bounced back into place. She pressed her lips together until they formed a single line. Aina looked deep in thought for a moment. She grabbed Ada's right arm and moved it toward her ears. It only resulted in Ada's hand covering her whole face. Aina looked down at the ground, searching for an answer she couldn't find in her head. Then, an idea struck her. Lacking any branch that wouldn't have been chewed to splinters, she grabbed one of her daggers and turned the tip to the soil. Scribbles followed soon after.
What's that? You making a cool Beastbuster weapon design that'll help us win? That's your secret, ain't it? You got some sort of magical hammer that makes you super strong?
Aina flexed her arms and puffed up her chest, showing off every last one of the sculpted muscles that lay under her bristle-white fur, as if saying, "These are my hammers."
Yeah. If someone strong as you still gotta run from her problems, what hope do the rest of us got?
If Aina heard that quip, she didn't do anything to show it. Her task took priority, always. Aina's technique lay on the slow, methodical arts, calligraphy, carving, forging, those schools that encouraged finesse in just a handful of movements, repeating the same steps over and over in order to polish the final product. With this, I mean to infer that the abstract circular mass of squared-off spikes she had carved into the surface of Daknar didn't quite look like anything Ada could ever recognize. And yet its semblance was clear once Aina pointed at herself.
You? Oh, come on, boss. I don't mean to offend your drawing skills, but there ain't no way that's you. You don't look like that. You're a bajillion times prettier. Here, let me give that a try.
Ada stuck his tongue out as he set to draw an Aina as painstakingly detailed as possible, given his circumstances. Holding finer tools wasn't an easy task with hands like his, and much less when the artist's tool of choice was a dagger. But Ada did his best, all the same. In the end, the figure looked remarkably nothing like the Aina he knew.
What the?
Aina had never been particularly expressive, but she looked even less so than usual.
Well, ma'am, it is clear that if my life depended on my drawing skills, I'd already be dead. This don't even come close to doing you justice. Maybe it's just because I was trying too hard to look real. Here, let me try again from memory this time.
As Ada closed his eye and lifted the dagger, he realized something quite odd. Tried as he may to recall her image, he only just now came to the conclusion that he did not, in fact, know what Aina looked like. And now, having his eye closed for so long while his brain struggled to recall this particular memory, well, his mind started to question what it was he had set off to do. It wondered if that time wouldn't be better spent sleeping, actually. It wasn't until he felt a weight climbing into his lap that his eye finally jolted open.
Boss? What are you...
Unbothered by Ada's many frustrations, Aina kept drawing intently. Her rough circles and lines soon became the shape of a man with 1.5 horns, old and angry, of a mighty beard and cane. That one was easy enough. Then 2 triangles came to join him, inverted one over the other, with only a line connecting them. It took waves and the lines of wind to convey the message properly.
Ship?
Aina drew one last thing besides the ship, tall and long, sharp triangles on its head and on its face. She drew a circle over the 3.
Your family.
Aina paused for a moment to observe her creation. She nodded. She began scribbling letters on top of each drawing. Then she looked at Ada expectantly.
I'm sorry, boss. You know I can't read a thing.
She nodded as if to say, I know. She pointed at the letters over the first drawing she made, and then took the finger to her chin.
Aina?
Aina nodded eagerly. She tapped several times over each symbol to remark where each sound had to be pronounced. She pointed at the other creature beside her.
Eka?
Aina nodded again. She tapped her father's picture with the butt of the dagger and started making noises again. The tendons in Aina's neck started bulging out. She put a hand around the base of her jaw. In a fit of rage, Aina sprung to her feet and slammed the dagger against the ground. Ada knew better than to even think of holding her anymore. She started jumping and swinging her fists, stomping all over the picture.
Whoa, it's okay. Don't force yourself, all right? You've done a lot already.
Aina quieted down after a couple of minutes, but her frustration hadn't gone away. It merely shifted to a different thought. Her efforts didn't feel like enough. Not nearly enough. It occurred to her she still had one last chance to try. Moved by a year's worth of desperation and yearning, she grabbed Ada's face and pulled it close, like she had seen Sepp do so many times before.
Please.
What? Hold on! I heard that! That was you, wasn't it? Just like back in the cell! I didn't imagine it after all!
Aina nodded so fast it seemed like her head was going to come flying. Then she opened her eyes as wide as she could for him, only managing a terrible attempt at not looking like she was about to tear him apart limb by limb.
You wanna... I mean, is it okay for me to try? Alrighty then. Hi.
Hi?
Oh.
Eastward should have better.
Oh, your thoughts are real jumbled there, boss.
Your face is jumbled.
Ah, there we go. Hi.
Yes. Hello.
Fancy speaking to you like this.
I'm not speaking.
No, yeah, I know that. But I can hear the voice in your head. Or maybe it's the way I think you sound or something. Oh boy, I ought to ask Sepp more questions.
What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're hearing. What does my inner voice even sound like? This is terrible. Why am I letting this stupid pull into my thoughts?
Oh, baby.
What are you doing to me, Heather?
I'm reading your gaze. Your mind, that is. I thought it's what you wanted.
Well, the sight of your chest won't let me think straight. How am I supposed to share anything when I just want to bury my face in it, huh? Forget that.
Forget what? I ain't got no clue what you're talking about.
Good. I would be very ashamed if you heard me thinking about your chest. That would be a poor thought to part on.
You really gonna get?
Yes. It is as it should be. I never worried once about what will become of the city when the storm arrived. I didn't care. Maybe I still don't. It doesn't seem real. I thought it was obvious that all of this would happen at some point, but by then, I will have long pushed you away. You will have moved on and forgotten all about me. Why is it that I fooled myself into thinking we still had all the time in the world to play together? I truly thought that I could pretend to keep you by my side for as long as Ragnar turned. Now, I have no choice. It's the only way to keep you safe. It is all that I wish for.
A proud smile crept onto Aina's face.
Your happiness shall be my greatest legacy, Adder. Even after you've forgotten me. Even if I ever come to forget you. However many cycles shall pass, I will always find you again. You are my favorite person.
Aww.
Our bond can never be broken.
Ada bolted forward, crushing Aina's unbreakable body in a tight embrace. Then he pulled back, fully intending to say something that would have murdered Aina on the spot. She raised a fist and pointed it toward his snout.
If you thought you were brave enough to utter whatever's running through your mind right now, you have another thing coming. Keep that nonsense you were going to spout to yourself, or you'll see. Say it, you poltron! I dare you. Say it, and I will bid you rhythm blow. Don't you say it, because I can't.
Aina, I love you! I love you, and you don't gotta do nothing to prove it back. You're perfect as you are. I will find you, and I promise I'll go get you somehow. We'll have all the time in the world to play together. 'Cause you're never alone, you hear? Adderson, son of your father, the upper field is here for you. All day, every day.
Aww.
Okay.
They held each other very close. Closer than it would be proper, as they both were aware. Close as they'd held each other many times before, paralysed by the thought of crossing a line they couldn't draw again. And as they stood frozen in the spot, something grabbed both of their heads and gently pushed them together into their very first proper kiss.
Boop.
That.
There. That wasn't so hard, was it?
Zip? When did you... What?
Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, we're back on chapter 4 because we hit our little monthly donation goal to support me. So I promised if we hit the goal, I would try to get more Aina scenes. And I succeeded. We'll be jumping back to where we were with this choice cemented in the timeline shortly, once we're through it. At a loss for what to do with her hands, Aina just shoved Ada to the ground, gave him a hug, patted his snout, and ran away.
How does it feel to be popular, Adderson?
Ada took a look at Sepp, speechless.
Why'd you do that?
You two give me anxiety.
Sepp shrugged her arms behind her back, smiling with a level of honesty she rarely saved for anyone.
And I owed her one for before.
Well, thanks for the help.
I have a terrible feeling that we're scheduled to run out of that soon.
Ada's eye flew open as his body catapulted itself forward. He couldn't help but pat his chest and his face, making sure everything was where it should be. He was in his house, in his bed.
Don't tell me I slept in. Oh, was I dreaming out loud again just now, Mr. Bard?
And now that we're past that scene, we'll now be going back to where we were, with this choice cemented in the timeline. So, let us load into here.
I wouldn't take another step if I was you, lad. Curfew's on, and Elbar is feeling much better tonight.
Yeah, I'm in chapter 5, Bird. I've been trying to explain. So this is actually where we left off last time, but this is now including the scene we just had with Aina as canon in our playthrough. So what happens from this point on, I got no idea. Ada's hand twitched around the wooden staff. This is after we returned to the temple. Sep is currently a ball of fire, and we're kind of looking after the place and cleaning up and helping Zhao, that was her name, with her speeches and stuff.
Illigrab, where did you... How?
We're just kind of trying to look after the place while we figure out what Sep needs, if anything, before she can regain her form.
You're never going to guess.
Don't get cute with me now! I almost got myself killed because of you! You said you'd be waiting for me all day. Why weren't you?
Why? Now that's a great question. I don't even know where to start. Elbar gets pokered in the head, the Desert Rose goes kaboom during an eclipse, and then 200 bar hands leave their jobs to congregate around an Ibex priestess and her row translator in the abandoned temple of a missing god. Kick a hornet's nest and ask me why I'm running around. Oh, Ada, you've always had a knack for making my job hard.
That wasn't... I never meant for any of this to happen. I just wanted to...
Oh, no, kid. Don't get me wrong. I'm not mad at you. Quite the opposite. I'm honestly kind of impressed. I wouldn't have taken you for the revolutionary kind. Some people spend their whole lives trying to earn their way into what you've stumbled into, you know? You're just oozing with star quality, my boy. Like a natural disaster.
Illigrab, no, I ain't got nothing to do with this, I swear! And even if I did, there's more important stuff going on. The beasts!
I think calling Ada a disaster is very accurate.
Ah, yes. The beasts. The beasts certainly would be an impediment to the guard coming in to nip a riot in the bud.
You don't believe me?
Illigrab exhaled slowly, ruffling every needle under his nose. He combed his mustache with his fingers pensively.
Come on, Ada. You have to admit it's all a little too convenient. Far-fetched, even for you. What would you have me do if I were to believe you?
I don't know, something, anything! I feel like I'm losing my mind! I can't handle this alone.
Alone? Ada, look around you! You've drawn yourselves a crowd! A fervent mass of devout followers heeding the every word of a naive young ibex that was sweeping the floor just yesterday, and a row who can't even get hanged right! Carnivores should be the last thing on your mind right now.
Ada hung his head. He'd never heard that word before, and he didn't need to. He immediately knew what Illigrab was implying. Even though he'd never been so naive as to think the tree man would believe him, Ada's reality was still turned all the bleaker in just a few words. Illigrab sidled towards him, shuffling his feet as he did any time he felt like being inconspicuous.
I don't know what's keeping you here, but I know for a fact you wouldn't be dawdling around if you could help it. I don't have to tell you, right? Nothing good ever comes from being in the spotlight.
Make one mistake. Take a step in the wrong direction, and everything goes up in flames.
As Sep would put it, yes. One could say that's a rather positive outlook. You know what smart people do, my boy? They always keep a bucket of water at hand.
And you are my bucket of water?
No, kiddo. I'd never run out of fires to put out. I'm on
Oof.
cleaning duty after the show. Your bucket of water, well, I suppose you are the only one who can decide what that looks like.
Ada couldn't bear to even speak of the actual fires he had to mind. He wouldn't say such a thing out loud. It'd be just yet another problem for Illigrab to make light of. Always one to pick up the mood, though not always keen on respecting it, the tree man put his helmet on and made to leave. Still, Ada spoke one last time.
Is this how it's gonna be every time? You're just gonna keep on running away with your tail between your legs whenever I need you and then act like we're still friends?
Bleak night approached, one gust at a time. Illigrab's leaves soughed in the wind.
Someday, you'll understand.
With that, he disappeared into the night, changing exactly nothing at all. Silence again. But this time, the deer could pick the soft creaking of the flame in the fire pit over the hurricane of his own thoughts. When at last they were alone, Ada sat down next to the fire.
Hey, Sip. You heard all that?
The flames flickered in response.
I don't know if I'll ever understand, but I don't get a single thing right now. I think I'm just stalling at this point, because what if I said, let's do this, but then you wake up and I messed everything up and you get mad at me? Oh, gods, what am I saying? We're not talking about you, Adderson. What I'm trying to say is, I want you to be happy. No matter what. If I can't make sure that's going to be the case, I shouldn't be the one making decisions for you.
Applauses and whoops in the distance interrupted this moment of reflection. Ada perked his head up slightly, trying to see if he could catch a glance of whatever was happening in the crowd.
There's a whole party going on out there, you know. I think it's supposed to be a strike, but it's more like a festival in your honor. I'm not sure if you're into that sort of thing, but maybe you would have liked it if we went together. Could have been fun. Tell you a secret? I know it's hard to believe now, but Adderson Hardestag, son of your fought, was never much of a crowd's buck either. Especially taverns. All the music and noise pound my head like nothing else. But it was the one place where folks were drunk enough to be nice to me. Maybe I'd even make a friend or two if they felt like pouring their hearts out. I don't drink to feel good, but I'd drink ooze if it made others feel good about me.
The fire continued burning. That was enough.
You've always been great at listening, you know. I'm seeing that now. Nobody else in the city would let me get a word in, but you always cared so much about everything I said. I wonder if I ever let you speak like that. And speaking of not speaking, if Eka ain't messing with me, Aina should be back soon. I don't know how soon is soon, but I'm really looking forward to seeing her again. It's not even been 2 days, and I'd do anything to have y'all back. Soon can't be soon enough. I need you. Both of you. I'm half the man I am when you're not around. Hang in there, love.
No reply. There never would be one, no matter what he said. Ada knew this, deep down. But knowing was not enough to stop him. He couldn't resign to this fate, for either of them. He needed something. Anything. He needed to know that she was still there. Just as this thought started to threaten to turn into a whole new spiral, one of the coals snapped and crackled, sending her bells on a short roll away from the fire. They bumped against each other and the bricks on their sudden getaway, but not a sound came out of them. Ada felt like a fool at the thought that followed. He did. But he still lifted a hand and reached into the forge, careful not to disturb the fire.
No.
The sun rose yet another day, and with it, her caretaker. Ada stretched his back very slowly, trying to soothe both the soreness from his many wounds and the terrible backache inherent to sleeping on a pile of charcoal. The fire looked good, the morning was bright, and the beasts almost always left with the dark in his mind. Ada grabbed his newly decorated cane and his best shirt, kindly rescued from Gyoff's home as a belated peace offering, and set out to patrol the first floor. Zhao wasn't sleeping in the kitchen like the night before, and only the gods knew where and when Gyoff may have found a bed. It probably wouldn't be long until the priestess made her way up. Knowing her, might as well get some breakfast started and tidy up a little, and dust some cobwebs and... Oh wow, he really tidied up. Ada turned his head when he caught the faintest echo of a tiny pair of hooves climbing up the stairs leading to the forge at midday. He called out from the kitchen, waving a spatula at the goat.
My, oh my, if it ain't the soul of the party herself. How you doing, Jow? Any real big ladies keep you on the tip of your holiness last night?
No, yes, but no. I was too overwhelmed trying to keep up for any of that. I got dragged into a group that kept using difficult words and talking about complex things, and I didn't really know how to excuse myself politely, so I waited for you, but you never came back.
That's what I thank you for.
Your friend played a couple of incredibly bawdy songs and then scurried off to who knows where with a man on each arm.
Nice.
Right. Yeah, I ought to seen that one coming.
Val,
No, he didn't
stop.
come. He left.
Have a drink.
I
Stop
need you
slouching.
with me to handle these matters, Ada. My Sirna's not nearly at the level to speak about local taxation and power decentralization.
That makes two of us. Besides, I'm doing what I meant to do, priestess. Minding the fire till the Forge Master returns. I'm sure you can fend for yourself just fine. You're just worrying too much.
God damn it, all of you. All of you, with the same brain cell. Zhao leaned back next to Ada, grabbing a cup of the tea he'd prepared for the group. It had long turned dark and bitter from overboiling.
Ada, I understand that your duty to the Jasif always comes first. Your level of devotion is truly commendable.
She put a hand on his arm and smiled.
But what about your duty to your friends? Your friends who really need you to translate day-to-day conversations for them so they don't accidentally say dirty words in front of 300 people?
Oh, perhaps I could be of assistance. I don't mean to give myself airs, but I have several years of experience presenting my self-edited thesis among scholars. A crowd with such limited amount of higher education should pose no challenge.
God damn it, Burbeth. Zhao took a long, polite sip of her cup.
What is he doing here?
Ada opened his mouth, but Burbeth immediately extended his arm in front of him.
Please, friend. This is a battle I must face alone. Allow me to express myself. I know that I am prone to speaking out of turn, and I realize that I have committed many a mistake in my life. But I am firmly determined to make up for all of them. I must apologize for upsetting you, good miss. Dialectal variations are perfectly valid from a communicative point of view. Actemur Syrian Besaktet has as much right to exist as its classic Besaksaran counterpart. You have to admit, however, it's obvious that when it comes to written text, that codification provided by the classic standards make legibility much easier and...
He wants to stop being a pest, and I figured making mistakes somewhere I can keep an eye on him is the way to go.
I trust you well enough as a judge of character, Ada, but he is not going to be making mistakes near the congregation anytime soon.
No worries. I don't plan on letting him get himself killed. So, you were saying something about big words?
Right! Everyone was talking to me at once and I couldn't understand a word anymore. I think I managed to set up some appointments for the afternoon if you, wouldn't mind stalling their words a little so I have time to process them.
Yeah, you got it, priestess. I'll make up for last night.
Oh, on that tangent, have you given any thought to the matter we discussed?
Yeah, no. Gilf's gonna be out of the picture for a while, so I reckon you're gonna have to handle this one on your own, Zhao.
Burbeth briefly recapitulated the same explanation he'd given Ada the previous night, in Besaktet this time. Zhao took a hand to her face, processing the offer in silence.
I'm not an alchemist like you, and I don't know the last thing about Sephihet. Given our history, I'm positive that the academies in Akathor didn't save more than the texts that benefited them. I have spent my entire life learning about matters of the spirit, and from what little I understand of the anatomy of the soul, I believe that if you went ahead with this, in her current state, you would merely be building a column.
Well, yes, that's the idea.
Excuse me?
Burbeth!
What? It's just a temporary measure. A little test run, if you will, until we learn of a better way.
I will not allow you to use the Jasif for your experiments!
Then you will have her die of exposure.
You're overlooking all the ethical implications of doing such a thing. Imagine you woke up one day inside a lifeless marble body. What would you think?
I would be overjoyed.
Of course. Zhao glared at Burbif for way longer than she needed to. Then she turned to the next deer.
Ada, you knew her well. What would the Jessif think?
Yeah, she'd hate it.
Oh boy. I'm sure she'd have all sorts of stuff to say about it. Leaving aside what she'd think of having Bearbeth anywhere near her, Sif was always, real proud about her standing, if you know what I mean.
So we could work on conserving her original mass. That's not an issue.
Hey, I wasn't talking about that specifically.
I will not allow you to turn her into a moving machine. That's final.
Burbif just be like, oh yeah, we'll make sure the golem has a huge ass as well. Don't worry.
And who named you head of the ethics committee?
Ada turned his one eye toward Burbif, and then towards his open palm.
Understandable. I shall find a way to protect her while we waste time searching for an alternative solution.
That's better.
Hello? Miss Priestess? Are you available yet? Huh? What are they doing here? I said to meet me in the afternoon.
It is indeed past midday.
But it's not even lunchtime yet.
Oh, good! So it's not just a chancery thing then!
We need to get dressed. Come on, Ada.
Hey, madam. Good to see you. Ada started running, but quickly changed his mind.
If I leave you alone with the fire, am I gonna return to something weird?
Hmm.
Nah.
Just keep him in the sunlight.
Oh, what an expressive adage. I suppose it means you should keep an eye on me.
I'd keep both if I had them.
There she
dear
is.
me. It's going good, madam, all things considered. The newly dolled up goat and deer rushed to open the gates and lead a select group into the temple, leaving Burbif behind in the cloister just to make extra sure he wouldn't get up to any experimental antics. The patio was filled to the brim with gazelles waiting for their turn.
Ciao, bud! How many folks did you schedule at the same time?
Zhao and Ada stepped up to the altar in front of the statue.
I believe that couple over there were the first to ask.
Ada relayed the message, and so they stepped forward.
Yeah, so yesterday's stunt was really nice and all, but you still didn't answer our questions.
Not that we doubt your wisdom, priestess. Getting to know each other was a really poignant moment, and I'm sure you must be busy talking to the Yasif and all. We're just wondering if you,
Do you have enough food to feed us for as long as the strike lasts? Or do you expect us to raid our pantries every day? Because I was promised fruit.
I told you it was a metaphor!
Ada and Zhao excused themselves to the colonnade. After making sure that nothing had gotten lost in translation, they both started quietly reflecting on the problem.
I don't understand this strike thing, but is it customary to feed disciples in the temples of Heirloom?
They hand out a fig leaf and a garlic clove and amais on first day, but it's more trouble than it's worth.
This is a historical need, in a historic moment. However, is it not the duty of religious structures to feed the people when the local administration fails them?
That's regrettably a good point. We must veil for the well-being of our disciples, especially if the famine in the city is as terrible as I've heard. Let's share our pantry with them.
Say what? If we feed everyone here, we'll run out of food for ourselves in no time.
We can always get more. Our goodwill shall be repaid to us in time.
You sure fell right off the turnip cart, priestess.
Ada took a hand to his face, lamenting the loss of his own innocence, not to mention his old protective layer of fat.
You need not suffer needlessly, my friends. I will be happy to surrender all my assets to the cause.
Well, that's good, because you're rich, right?
How many assets are those?
Right?
The entirety of the pantry in my lodging and the few Durandon I brought with me. We would have infinitely more resources if I had access to the Askadeth household, but I believe this should help us last a couple of days.
It's better than nothing.
Yeah, I suppose we can always figure out other ways to get food as we go.
I mean, we're going to have to. Zhao and Ada walked back to the congregation. A young man was about to speak up when a sable rider rammed the gates open and stormed onto the patio, cutting a path for himself on the back of a palo. Awed mutters and exclamations of sacrilege and disrespect accompanied him as he dismounted his ride, but he paid them no mind.
Priestess, Itor the Rebuke addresses you. I was born under a different name, to miners ruined and captured in Vought, where the imperial law may as well have been written on leaves. My parents were worked to death, and I paid their debt in blood. This is the loyal Aram. Many travelers have died a painful death, stomped under her roots, and all the burden she's known was stolen. And yet, when I heard your divine message, Aram knew to ride here as fast as she could. I do not seek forgiveness, nor am I looking to change my ways. All I ask is that you allow me to unsheath my sword for you from now on. My armed band and I will proudly provide for those who fight for a future free of pain for all Baran kind.
What a hefty load of crap! Amu yes Monty, Amu for my friends. Friends that died on the road at the hands of people like Eddie here. So trust me when I say, food shouldn't come at the cost of grieving widows. Don't get the name of this reputable cause mixed up with the likes of him. Whatever it is you need, I have the connections necessary to procure it. At a fair price, of course.
Merchants! You would dare pull your siblings into your racket?
I would never. Fair is fair, however, and I don't expect our dear countrymen would lend a hand to our cause out of the goodness of their hearts.
Their hearts will be opened to us, or they will be opened by us.
Gorgeous words! They'll look great on our death record after you get us all hanged.
Now, why don't we all take a deep breath and...
Silence! I'll have the tongue of whoever dares interrupt me again!
What a lovely fellow. Itor drew his sword, filling the patio with screams and a sudden avalanche of people trying to get out. Before the chaos could grow into a calamity, a shadow leapt onto the floor from the roof and crossed the crowd, quick as the wind. Itor looked at his hand. He no longer had a sword.
What?
Yeah! Angry Aina! In the center of the offertory there stood a white-haired smith, bending a sword into the shape of a ladle with her bare hand.
Aina! What in the name of the three is that thing?
Fool! Look what you've done! You've angered the priestess's guardian golem!
No, that ain't it. She ain't no golem.
Each and every single one of Aina's steps left a crater on the flagstones beneath as she lunged towards the raider and lifted him off the ground.
Priestess, please! I didn't mean to offend. Stop the golem!
She ain't no...
Basidupse, please, stop this.
Ada felt all the air escape out of his lungs when he finally opened his eye. Zhao was standing in front of him, armed and ready to throw herself against the creature, but trembling all the while.
I don't know why you came, or what you're looking for, but I will not allow you to hurt these people. If it's a fight you're looking for, fight me. I beg you.
Aina stared at Zhao for the longest time, unmoving, unresponsive. Ada knew what he had to do, but it still hurt.
Aina! Drop it.
Aina immediately opened her hand, letting the bandit fall to the ground like a dead weight. She quietly returned to Ada's side, ignoring the spear pointed at her. There, she simply turned to stand behind Ada's back. Zhao turned her eyes up towards Ada, frightened and confused. "She's with me," he whispered under his breath, hoping Zhao would catch it. Then he turned his attention to the sparse crowd that still remained on the patio.
Everything's under control. We can...
A short tug on his sleeve. He looked down to find Zhao still trembling.
No, sorry. The priestess has asked me to inform y'all that we are all out of time and she needs to return to tending to the Asif. We got enough taters to feed all y'all for a couple of days. We'll figure out the rest as we go.
Complaints and musings and the rare thank you followed.
I'll be round and available to anyone that got more questions to pass on to her. If anyone gives you crap, just holler and me and my friend Aina will drop right by. No shanks or swords, or she'll be the one y'all be talking to.
With that, the impromptu open hours meeting was adjourned. No one dared utter another word as they walked out. Ada offered his hand for Zhao to hold on to, but she just shook her head and walked to the back on her own strength, clinging to her spear. Once the gates were locked, Ada finally had time to turn his attention to the returning newcomer.
Boss, I'm so happy to see you! I couldn't believe it when I heard you'd be back.
Aina looked up at Ada vacantly. Zhao couldn't help flinching at the sight.
Your boss is,
Golem? No, of course not. They got that wrong. This is my boss, Aina, the prettiest smith in the city. Also known as the short sister of the tall lady you like so much. Come on, wave high or something, won't you?
Aina shook her hand left and right, mechanically, all the while wearing an empty expression. It was the straight opposite of the face Burbith made when he saw her.
Gods above! Is that a golem with female features? This could be the solution to all our problems!
Off with his head.
Burbith, come on! Not you two! We've been over this. This is Aina. Remember? The whole reason why I punched you in the face when we met?
Now it was Burbith's time to stare.
'Cause you cut up her clothes trying to prove she was a golem?
Nope, nothing.
You got a note that said she'd let you explore or whatever in exchange for saving me.
Oh, don't be silly. Even the most advanced scribe golems can only write down dictation. A golem with free will. I'll gladly take up your offer to examine her, though.
I don't care what she is. I'll get him if you don't.
Ada put his hands over his face and dragged his snout down.
I can't deal with this right now. I'm gonna tell Pertok she's back. Just keep an eye on her, okay? She's her own person, but don't let her get in trouble.
Zhao looked at the menacing girl in front of her, then back at Ada. She nodded unsurely. The stairs that led to the Master's Tower in the Great Temple of Hera were encapsulated in as narrow a tunnel as possible, so as to discourage visitors. In yesteryears, the Master of the Temple would retreat to the tower to consider philosophical and religious matters away from the library and the noise of the common halls. Ada navigated the oppressive staircase in the dark, passing a hand through the slightly moist rock that made up the walls. He'd never climbed the stairs to the studio tower of the Temple of Hera, not even to sweep the dust. Much like the disciples of yore, Ada knew what would be coming to him if he bothered the Master during his philosophical retreat, his daily nap, as it were. Still, he had no choice but to knock on the door. No response. He knocked again.
Mr. Pertok, sir! Good news! Aina's back! Just thought you'd like to know.
No, she's not.
What do you mean she's not? She's downstairs.
The moon is not watching, and the sun is far too low. My daughter is too scared of the dark to come out.
Okay. But she's downstairs if you want to talk to her.
I'm trying to rest. Go pester someone else.
Sure thing, sir. So sorry to bother you with awful good news. My bad for trying to do anything for my old patron.
Son of Gerthad, keep her away from the fire, or you'll have 2 corpses to mourn instead of 1.
Ada kept his back turned against the door for a moment. Against his better judgment and the basics of common sense, he marched at last into the merchant's room. Inside, he found a room full of maps, charts, and all sorts of mathematical and nautical instruments that Ada would never fully understand. A little sky door illuminated the ceiling, and all the windows were shut, except for one. Peeking the last few remnants of warm sunlight before bleak night, on a frayed mat, a weak, decrepit old man sat poorly tucked into a rocking chair. Ada's chest billowed with a sigh.
Sir, I know you don't give half a damn about me, and that's a good thing right now, because I'm 2 hairs short of going bald, and I need to tell it to someone straight. I'm real darn tired of everyone speaking riddles around me. What can I help with? What do you need? Say the word and I'll go and get it done.
You? Humbug! You're messing with forces you don't understand. Tottering about like a newborn fawn. Powerless.
I'm not. I've gotten so much done in just a few days. I'm cleaning up my act, doing things for my friends. I'm trying to be better.
So you're powerless with a smile. Burn as bright as you want now. That flame isn't bound to last long. Youth truly is wasted on the young.
Please. Please. Give me something to work with here.
I'll give you something, all right. A new bump on that hollow turnip you call a skull. You want orders? Take your crap and leave my temple immediately, like I said. Go get lost in the steppes where they will never find you.
Hertog's maddened screams were cut short by a strong coughing fit. His entire body seemed to sink into his chair, turned 100 years older yet.
If I could afford to be as foolish as you, I would run. Run where guilt could never find me.
Yeah, well, I ain't like you.
No, you're powerless.
Why am I even talking to you? You're just some bitter know-all geezer who spends his days screaming at anyone that'll listen and saying terrible things about his daughter because she can't argue back. I don't need your opinion.
Hello, Zephiel. Welcome back. Hope you're having a good day.
On that, we agree.
Ada left the tower in a huff.
Did he?
No, I don't know what the question is, but no. Where's
Just
Aina?
have a sip of water.
Stop slouching.
She, wandered off somewhere, despite my insistence that she stay.
Yeah, she'll do that. Don't let Bearbeth follow her around, though, or I'll...
Ada swung his staff in the air. It got stuck on the rafters. A string of extremely colourful curses followed.
Ada? How are you feeling today?
Ada stopped swearing at last. He turned his face away from the staff for a moment.
I'm fine. Why?
Zhao lowered her head. She scanned the floor looking for conversation starters.
I thought you may be hungry?
Ada halted again. He took a hand to his bruised, caved-in stomach.
Huh. I guess I ought to be, yeah.
Zhao nodded her head towards their own private pile of uncooked tubers. Ada meant to make up an excuse, but he couldn't refuse Zhao's considerate insistence. Once the potato was in his hand, he examined its weight. A large, hefty tuber. A healthy spud, if you will. Without another word, he turned and held the potato at the crook of his staff, finally keeling it off the beam and onto the ground. Ada grabbed his crutch and lifted it in the air for Zhao to see.
Woo! That's what I call a sharp eye! Did you see that?
Toss a potato again. I dare you.
Ada never used food as a projectile again for the remainder of his life. Though he had spent a long time in the Temple of Hirab, our protagonist's little foray into the tower showed him just how little he knew about the place. While he wasn't allowed to wander in principle, Ada had still had some... The word some isn't there, Iggy. Stop saying it. Ada had still had time to find his own favourite places. Spots that provided him with some semblance of calm when Aina got on his nerves or the forge became a bit too much. This is what I get for trying to scan the next line as I'm reading. He walked towards a shaded corner in the street behind the library, with a nice, warm, somewhat battered ash-baked potato on his hands.
Translator, come this way.
Like a clerk being bothered during lunch break, Ada turned reluctantly toward the voice calling out to him. He immediately recognized it as Etor's, the rider who had stirred trouble in the offertory. But what was he going to do? Say no to the bandit? Ada dragged his feet toward the buttress Etor was leaning against. The sable buck took a thoughtful hand to his neck mane before speaking. Hey Nug, you told there'll be girl smooching? You missed it. Ada got to kiss Aina earlier today. That happened.
Apologize to the priestess on my behalf. I did not mean to cause such a scene. Strength is the way to impose order where law falters, and I misjudged my own position towards her. She is brave and did not hesitate to fight where I cowered. She has my respect for it.
There could be more kissing, but I'm not sure. Oh, hey look, speak of the devil, there she is. Ito's eyes then slid rightwards of Ada. The boy followed his line of sight, confused, only to startle and nearly slam the potato against Aina's face.
It's clear to me now that the creature is bound to you, not her. It's good that she has people with such skills around her. You have great power at your disposal.
I ain't got nothing at my disposal. Aina ain't here to fight. She's here to help us.
That makes no difference to me. I only wanted you to know that I will not apologize to you, but I will not draw a weapon against you or anyone here again. Not without good reason.
Much obliged.
Tell the priestess that if she will have me, my offer remains the same. I will bring whatever her followers need. I will slay whoever she needs slain. And if she renounces my help, I will ride, never to be seen again. For now, I see that our people have nowhere to rest. I will have my trees of burden bring in our accommodations to share as a sign of goodwill. Tell the priestess that Itor the Rebuke did this because he wished to.
Your trees of burden. Just 3 creatures are a thing. Yep. Ada nodded, and then started walking back toward the library entrance, now in the company of Aina.
Tell the priestess that Itor the Rebuke did this because me. Can you believe that guy?
A potato-stuffed snout turned immediately to find a man sidling towards Ada. He would have recognized a merchant like this one a mile away. Moo was the sort of man that walked like he'd seen the entire world twice or thrice, and he'd probably see it a fourth too. He was the kind that came to his village every few moons, carrying tales bigger than life and little trinkets for the children. Of course he came down from Shanshire. Ada allowed himself a morsel of fast-talking, tall tale-telling national pride somewhere in his battered old heart.
How are you doing after all that, translator? Sorry to call you translator, by the way. I call you by your name, but I just realized I don't even know what you're called.
Oh, it's Adderson if you're mad, and Adder for everything else.
Adderson! Why, that name barely sounds out of place here. No, I'm just pulling you like, it's a pleasure, Otter. Thank you for your work. Baitat knows we would all be turning rocks looking for a Basectet speaker without you.
We could have gotten your mother right.
Why, I've never had my mother brought up so nicely. Tell you what, though, if she wasn't already an Ern, she would have been smitten dead on the spot at the mention of a Jasif.
Moo took a cup to his snout in a sort of impromptu toast to the departed.
Drat, 5 minutes talking to a raider and now I got the manners of one, eh? Otter, my boy, would you care for some tea?
I'm good, thank you.
More for me, then. And you know what? I'm going to need it. Sheesh, didn't think I'd make it out alive today. Bandits, sure, I've seen heaps of them. Blades are blades, and blades you can buy. But golems, whew, you don't see those every day.
Ain't no.
Yeah, you can say that again. Hey, tell the priestess that if she ever tires of it, she already knows someone who'll take it right off her hands. Her buddy Moo could use an extra arm or two to stick it up to the treasurer. Ha
Moo patted Ada on the back, cackling loudly until, eventually, the laughter dried out into a knowing chuckle.
Look, just between you and me, I'm not all that sold on this whole whatever this is. I'm a Boron since the day I was born, of course. And I want to make sure everyone has a better life and whatnot. But if we don't want you we mingle with, the whole offertory bit is going to become our daily routine, right? And the neighbors will complain. Oh, these gazelles are being noisy. They're a problem, just like we thought. We give the guards one tiny little excuse to show up on our doorstep. And you know where this whole thing is headed?
Down the sewers.
Moo tapped on his snout.
You tell the priestess that for me, yeah? To keep it civil and respectable. I'm willing to put a few coins and wares towards the cause, as long as it's safe for everyone.
Ada nodded, in the manner people who absolutely have no way of making any wise commitment tend to do. Deep down, this sounded wrong. You could hardly imagine a civil and respectable fight for anything, much less a whatever this was. Set on this tangent, his mind wandered far from the conversation. Would he have to find ways to rely on secret messages from now on? It sounded like the kind of wink wink, nudge nudge whisper that absolutely did not account for having middlemen. Or maybe it did. Maybe a fall guy was just what Mu and Itor wanted. With a flimsy, mumbled excuse, Ada plodded off to find himself a priestess, closely followed by Aina. No matter how much Zhao insisted she needed him to get through the conversation, he was convinced he needed her doubly so. He didn't belong here. Ada's escape plan was cut short by a couple of gazelles standing conspicuously on the way to the entrance.
Y'all got a message for the priestess too?
Yeah, tell the potatoes were kind of stale.
Nuff whacked Koopsop on the back of the head.
We just wanted to tell you personally that we're very sorry for what happened yesterday.
Oh, you mean the whole... No, you were right too, I'm sure. I mean, I am a horn eater after all. That's no skin off my back these days.
No, we don't mind what you... It was our fault for assuming you were trying to pull something on us.
No, it's all right. It's my bad for not explaining myself properly.
No, it's...
Gods! How long are you gonna keep this up? You're both sorry. I still think this is a scam. Let's move on and leave the Etude alone already.
Koopsop! I'm so sorry about him. He's had some issues with...
Dear?
People, in general. Please don't tell your friend to smite him. He's a lot, but he's all right.
I got a friend just like that. He'd be a massive bigot if he weren't so short. I don't know if they'd be best friends or mortal enemies.
Yeah?
Ada and Nuff stared at each other awkwardly. The stag barely held back the need to slap himself in the face for having said such a hideous thing just to keep the conversation going.
I think I'm just gonna go now.
Ada sighed into his hands.
Hey, y'all seen Goff anywhere around?
Though he couldn't quite explain the scene he was witnessing in the library, Ada was pretty sure he'd just stumbled upon a battlefield. Books lay scattered across the floor. Burbif and Zhao were sitting on opposite ends of the room, facing their respective corners.
I'm positive that photoic as an adjective refers to bronze.
And I'm telling you, it means brass.
What would you know? I bet you don't even know what those alloys are composed of.
I don't need to know how to make something to know what it means in my own language.
To call it your own language, when only one of us can read classic Basaktet with any fluency?
I'm gonna go get dinner ready while y'all focus on your stuff.
Thank you, that'd be great.
Cheers, Ada.
The second Ada turned around, the academic insults came back in full force. The cloister was no longer the quiet place it had been during Ada's employment. It remained empty, yes, but now it was flooded with conversations coming from the yard at the other side of the gate. He could hear them all the way back to the kitchen. And then there was Aina, quietly walking a few steps behind him. Her feet didn't knock a single noise out of the flagstones.
I wonder what that was all about. I always thought the studying types would get along great. I'm sure they got lots of fancy stuff to talk about. Fancier insults for sure. Smart people get territorial about their brain stuff. Just look at Sip.
Aina didn't make the slightest sound in response to that affirmation. It was odd. There was no space for silence in the walkways filled with distant words, but their whispers didn't calm Ada's anxiety the way Aina's stillness did. Now, the kiss didn't break Aina. Aina ran off shortly after that happened, and she came back in an attempt to defend Ada from the guy who drew a sword. Ada then gave Aina a direct command, which has turned her a bit catatonic or unresponsive. And the patron, the merchant, seems to think she's just not here, so I feel like maybe her spirit is currently elsewhere? I don't know. That her body is just currently a shell. But anyway, it was odd. There was no space for silence in the walkways filled with distant words, but their whispers didn't calm Ada's anxiety the way Aina's stillness did. Once in the kitchen, Ada laid down his what? Mise en place assortment of terrifyingly sharp knives and acceptably rank potatoes and started preparing the dinner, sending glances towards Aina every so often.
Hey, you know that potato I was eating before? I cooked it. I can cook now. Sorta. I mean, I just cut things, then heat them up for a bit, toss some salt on them and all, but hey, baby steps. I feel like I'm not doing too bad for myself.
He almost juggled a knife up in the air to make his point, but decided the point was fine where it was, actually.
Wish I'd come to my senses about this stuff earlier. I could have helped you a lot. I would have been less nasty about all sorts of things. Maybe I could have even cooked something for you. But you don't eat. Not really.
Ada knew that he was in the vicinity of the truth, but not quite in the right street. Aina did eat. Everything that lived ate. Sepp had proved as much. The boy stared at his ex-boss in the musty darkness of the kitchen. His eyelid flickered for a moment, his fingers curled in and out, refusing to heed the future his thoughts were setting for them.
I'm sorry, Aina. I gotta try to. Please forgive me.
Ada put the fleshy side of his arm inside Aina's mouth and flinched, knowing well the pain that was coming. In one quick, fearless motion, Ada snapped Aina's jaw shut over his own skin. He held his breath not to scream, neither from the pain or the sight of blood trickling down her fangs.
No!
In a twisted, horrible way, there was something that looked right about Aina's white teeth and fur smeared with blood. Something dormant in the back of Ada's brain knew this was the way things were supposed to go. Ada paid this thought no mind. He forced his way through the terrifying vision, just to find that Aina remained as motionless as she was before.
Guess I'm not magical enough for you. Oh, shit. I'll need to wash this.
Didn't work.
Dinner time, y'all!
Ada finally arrived at the rarely used dinner hall with a remade potato stew and a bandage covering a good chunk of his arm. Zhao and Burbif were both waiting for him at the table, though they still would not willingly exchange a single look. The makeshift cook set a ceramic bowl in the middle and then let some salt rain over it, in the manner of a knowledgeable chef. The priestess finally looked up from her ire upon being offered a plate, only to jump in her seat at the sight before her.
Ada, what happened?
I went and cut myself while cooking.
You cut your arm while cooking?
Oh, that's not so rare. You should see how many times I've stabbed myself trying to learn how to use a scalpel with my left hand. Granted, I lack any feeling in my right arm, so it may be a slightly different case.
Ain't nothing that'll kill me. Really. I'm fine.
I won't tell you what to do, but keep in mind that exertion only makes recovery longer. We're all adults here, and we're perfectly capable of cooking for ourselves.
Actually, we could get some servants to...
You'll learn.
I'll be fine, as I said. Now, how about y'all? Found anything interesting, or you just spent all evening glaring daggers at each other?
Zhao and Burbif shared a quick glance on Q. Their eyes softened as they nodded with reluctant understanding.
We believe we may be onto something.
Emphasis on may.
Burbif leaned toward one of the book piles they'd insisted on bringing into the dining hall and set out to grab a clay tablet. Ada knew this was called a codex by proxy of Zhao's mind, but this told him very little about their use.
Charts of the Many One, a rare pre-Jasific document that survived the legendary purification, or to put it bluntly, the horrific literary cleanse that the Third Dynasty subjected their own libraries to when the Jasifs were first divinized. It would seem to imply that the first indications we have of anything resembling Jasif were a socio-magical anomaly, as we previously established. Shapeshifters of sorts. People who could manipulate their own appearance in the eyes of others.
Seem, because this is extremely sacrilegious.
These proto-Yasif were known as delicate people who should be cared for and kept away from any sort of effort, for they would quite literally combust when presented with tasks they could not bear. This may be how their reverence started.
It's not, but okay.
The Many One would be assigned a Sephi in charge of returning them back to their original shape. This was done through a ritual, where they were provided some sort of alchemic element that could recompose their character.
But that's the one place where I can speak with any authority. Sephi often wrote about the mental state of Joseph. Biased as they might have been, we know their role in the court was to provide daily guidance, so as to avoid any sort of catastrophe.
Iggy.
I always took it to mean a general downfall
One
for the
sec.
population at the hands of a single tyrant, as was the case with Amagebseb. But, it would seem they meant something far more casual to them.
Okay. We have found something in this book known as the Codex Astartes. Seems like a promising read to our dilemma.
The library is filled with records of young Joseph bursting into flames at the mildest annoyance, which apparently serves to explain the Besaxaran insistence on using codices for official documents, despite having access to cellulose.
Okay, so all I got from that was that once upon a time, fawns exploding was kind of normal, and Barha magicians knew how to glue them back together real good.
Thanks for that, Ada. I'm too bimbo-brained for this as well.
Yes!
Pretty much.
I see! I'm going to bed. Y'all figure this one out on your own.
What Ada didn't realise is that bedtime now would entail several hours of a completely unresponsive Aina standing in front of the charcoal pile, staring down at him. Thanks, bed. Thank you.
Since the last one didn't work.
Dark. Dark and quiet. Shouldn't it be morning by now? Purple beads in the night. His only company.
Oh, morning, boss.
Morning, Father.
I can never get used to you talking.
Ada opened his eye at last. Aina left. He was alone.
Oh, I forgot to ask if she wanted breakfast.
Ada looked around. It had been a while since the forge was quite so dark, even in the middle of the night. Where's the fire?
I'd love breakfast.
Hi, Eka.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Aina took my arms.
He speaks in his mind. He's using the gaze to hear her speak. With her thoughts. She doesn't verbally speak.
I'm going to tell Sep about this.
No, please, don't tell Sip. Anyone but her!
Oh, this is a weird dream, isn't it? Eka ran off, muttering things to the forge.
Don't, no! I'll be in trouble! That'll kill him!
Ada tried to get up, only to fall to his knees. Even forced to grovel, he ran toward the mangled body. Roots started falling from the skies, trapping him in their vines. A star ahead extinguished into a white light.
Sip! Sip!
Ada!
Just a bad dream. It's fine. Everything's fine. Ada could feel the sweat running down his neck, his brow, and his back. His arms hurt like they'd just been torn from his body.
It was a dream. You're okay. Sep, the Joseph is okay.
You sure?
Zhao nodded hesitantly, clearly taken aback by the question.
I was just headed to the dormitory when I heard you screaming.
So sorry. That must have scared you. I get these weird dreams every so often. And, you know, I just gotta be a loudmouth, even while I sleep.
Do you want to talk about it?
No, I'm fine. Real fine. In fact, this was a good thing. I feel all gross and sticky now, so I'm just gonna go take a quick bath and then I'll be back and ready to attack.
Ada ran away before he could garner any more sympathy. The water running through the temple's pipes was cold, hard, and tasted about how you'd expect water coming from a well that hadn't received any maintenance in 400 years would taste. But it was more than Ada felt like he deserved, and it was enough to scrub away at all the grime sticking to his skin and the blood that had hardened into scabs. After lavering himself in abrasive soap and burning away any lingering fear, Ada finally emptied one last bucket over himself. He stood there, alone, with the empty receptacle in his hands for a moment. Noiselessly, he lowered the bucket over his antlers and stuck his head in it. Thank you for the head pat. Then, he screamed.
Valerie needs water.
He didn't
Stop
scream
slouching.
Valerie needs water, but...
Why didn't you listen to Sam? Why'd you have to go and play the hero? Idiot, idiot, idiot!
This is a bucket. Dear God, there's more. No.
Let's settle then. Screw the beast and screw all this. We're running away when she's back.
Ada nodded to himself. He turned around to leave, only to find Aina facing him vacantly with a towel on her arm.
Oh, thank you, boss.
Ada made to grab the towel. He wiggled his fingers with apprehension as he observed Aina's face. He put his face as close as he dared to hers and stared intently into her eyes, doing his best to keep his sopping wet hair out of the way.
You're in there somewhere, right?
If she was hiding, as usual.
Samp would have known how to bother you right back to normal. Maybe she'd have called you a good girl? Is that what you want?
Ada patted Aina's head tentatively. No response.
Anyway, out with you now. I don't think jail knows about the three of us, and I don't want to be the one to give her the rundown.
After a moment of nothing, Aina nodded. She turned around and walked away.
It ain't 'cause I'm ashamed or anything. I just don't think she'd understand, right? Maybe I'm the one who doesn't understand.
Under the towel, Ada found a neatly folded piece of blue and white fabric.
My cape. Boss?
There's a part of her in there, then. He ran to the end of the bath looking for Aina, but she was already gone. In the cold, damp washing room, Ada cried over a silly piece of fabric. Ada arrived at the forge, finding Zhao fully dressed and ready to start her day. She didn't turn to greet him again, however. Her gaze was fixed on the yard.
Ada, do you happen to know why the yard is filled with tents?
Oh, yeah. That tour guy wanted to make a peace offering or something like that.
Right, but what need do we have for them?
What do you mean? You've never slept in a tent?
No, I mean, yes, I know what tents are. I'm asking, why are they setting up camp in the temple?
'Cause they ain't got nowhere else to go?
They don't?
Well, yeah. Don't take my word for it, but I doubt most of these folks got anywhere left to return. Whoever they were working for and wherever they were staying won't be very happy to see them mixed up in this.
What's this supposed to mean? We are just praying for the return of the Joseph.
Yeah, I don't think that's the idea anyone got. Some think it's a strike, some think it's a revolution, and all of them are here to follow you wherever you lead them.
Lead them? Me? No, I'm sure you just misread the situation. I'm not a...
Fully expect this to go tits up very soon. It was obvious that her eyes were now fixed on a young gazelle clearly down on her luck, walking across the flagstones in the entrance, hand in hand with a small fawn. Her voice quivered.
Anyway, feeding the congregation is one thing, but life in the temple is reserved for the priests. We need to let them know that the seer won't take kindly to this.
You do what you gotta do, priestess, but I sure as hey won't be the one to tell them they gotta get now.
Zhao put a hand to her face, covering her mouth as she contemplated their options. Desperate for ways to distract her from that thought, Ada slid his whole body in front of her and crouched down to her eye level.
Come on, what's it matter at this point? The temple's been ruined for centuries, and that old geezer couldn't give less of a damn about this place if he tried. In for a Doru, right?
Nobody could stand to look at Ada's pleading eye for long, and they should be thankful they hadn't met him when he could cause double the effect.
I guess that desperate times call for desperate measures. I'll go talk to them and see if we can come to a good arrangement.
If she knew, he thought, feeling his throat turn dry as his thoughts drifted to Eka. If she knew why you want him here, he couldn't bear to finish the sentence in his mind. And I just got fell cleaved by cost. Not any more than he could bear the thought of hiding behind a meat shield, now that it had been so markedly pointed at him.
While you're on that, we ought to make sure we keep tabs on the head count. You know, for food delivery and such. I'd take care of that myself, but I ain't sure I know numbers all the way up there.
Get Burbith to help you. If it's as you say, it's going to get busy from now on.
As long as that's all it gets.
No, the cow is still in there, Cost. I can guarantee you. I've not touched the throwables in a long time. Ada made to leave, but Zhao put a hand on his sleeve.
Ada? Thank you. For everything.
I think it's still roughly somewhere between 1 and 2% chance for a cow. Since it's equal chance and there's like at least 50 things. Ada couldn't bring himself to reply. He merely plastered a faker than usual smile on his face and nodded. Ada felt like he'd truly reached a turning point in his life. Gotta save some energy first. Ha ha ha, I get you. Alright, I saved. From now on, Ada will have to decide carefully how to best spend each morning, afternoon, and evening performing tasks for the congregation. He may not know what to do, but he can sense the end is near. Time only moves forward. Be wise. What? This just turned into a different game. Task. Help around the temple. Help patch up the temple. Translate Zhao's speech. So those are my two options. Let's translate speeches. On a normal day, Zhao had to answer approximately 3,045 questions. Or at least that's how it felt to everyone involved. Might want to use a guide if I want the achievement. I'll be fine, don't worry. Let me just get a bit more comfortable. It's fine, trust me. I'll manage. Being the supervisor and spiritual leader of a newly formed congregation for a forsaken god required addressing a never-ending stream of concerns that had no clear solution, and that only grew more agonizing if unanswered. We pathologic now. I don't think we're quite there. Our barely qualified translator could only do his best to smile and interpret Zhao's morsels of life advice, hoping that none of them would apply to him. That's a time indicator. Right, okay, so I can now make tools or help in the kitchen. Food is important. As soon as the task delivery meeting started, Mazwin, once a cook for the family of Chital ambassadors from the western limits, now a pantler for a local house, immediately volunteered to oversee the production and delivery of all meals for the congregation. Only a few select people would be allowed to get anywhere near the pantry, with Mazwin as the sole keyholder. A handful more would help with cooking and other assorted tasks. Ada, as a former water seller, was named chief of running around the kitchen filling pots with water. Is that really all I did then? What are my options here? Spend time with Sep. Patrol the corridors. As much as I want to spend time with Sep, maybe patrolling is good too? Sep ain't going anywhere though. And this is day 4. As it's counting all the days that the story was happening here. Everyone's saying Sep. We could come back to Sep. He needs company. We could always see Sep on another day. We spent the first 3 days with scripted sequences with Sep. We'll come back to Sep. We'll do Sep tomorrow if the options are the same, right? Fine. Roll. Ada couldn't help but the fear that shook him when he was informed that it was his turn to patrol the premises, but he hated the idea of refusing even more. Night watch. Someone needed to make sure that the temple remained safe. Or, more realistically, they needed someone with lungs the size of melons to sound the alarm. The morning started on a high note, the highest one Ada could reach. The vision of Aina's empty lilac stare, a hair's width away from his snout, made his heart skip a beat, and not in a good way. Before he had a chance to recover and ask if she needed anything, Aina mechanically shoved a ball of something into his gaping mouth and walked away. A crudely made map, drawn in which what he could only hope was red berry juice over some kind of burlap fabric. Smudged as it was, Ada could still discern the drawing of a carrot, with a little arrow pointed toward one of the streets surrounding the temple. At the end of it, a particular alley was circled over and over again. On the bottom, an axiom was conveyed with graceful simplicity through just 2 drawings. No carrot, eat bones. Ada normally wasn't in the business of following random mysterious maps, but he was pretty sure he knew exactly who'd drawn it, where it led, and what it meant for everyone around him if he didn't comply. Help around the temple, find extra food for Eka. So I can patch up the temple or do more speeches. Let's do the temple this time. A whirlwind of half-built tents, blankets and cookware lay strewn across the barren garden that once welcomed devotees into Hirab's home. While technically within the temple premises, the courtyard sat outside the sanctity of the main keep, and currently offered about as much protection against the elements as a hedge. Ada stretched out his back and rolled his shoulders a few times. Someone could definitely use a giant hand or two moving stuff around. Wait. Make tools in the forge, and Zhao is there? So do I go there then? I feel like I should. If she's there. That seems important. Ada had found himself a pupil to many masters in his life. None of them, I must humbly add, particularly good teachers. That's why when he finally found himself alone in the forge, equipped with nothing but good intentions and beholden only to Aina's empty gaze and the holy fire's soft crackling, he realized that nothing much had changed from the usual. Generally, you want to pick character options? Okay. I'll just panic when there's more than one on screen, if that happens. He would have to forge his way into the world of blacksmithery alone. Ada wandered off toward the forge, hoping to catch a moment alone with Sep between tasks. When he arrived, however, he found himself in the company of Zhao, who was sitting by the window with a book in one hand and her face in the other. His cheerful greeting was answered with resounding silence. Zhao barely appeared to be looking at the pages.
Hello? Doc Nada Zhao? You still with us?
Yes, hi. Sorry, I was just resting my eyes.
Look more like you were resting your brain.
You're not wrong. I couldn't seem to sleep last night, so I thought I'd take a walk to calm down. It was dark out, so I headed to the library instead, but Burbith was working late and he wanted my opinion on something. I thought it'd take a moment.
But you spent all night working in the end. Come on. You know that ain't healthy. If you felt so lonely, you could have just woken me up.
I've walked 1,000 leagues to get here, Ada. I know where my limits are and how to take care of myself. And if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that I can't afford to pay the price of failure. I speak for Barhan kind as one until the Jasif returns, and this humbles me to my core. But I am the face of every Ibex yet to come too. It's my chance to prove we are more than just warriors. I can't shut myself out from everything happening now.
Ada scratched the back of his neck. He couldn't really refute that. Not in any way that wouldn't make him feel like an uncaring layabout.
You do what you gotta do, ma'am. But you ain't gonna be able to help no one if you just bust your gut worrying all day long.
Take your own advice.
The cobbler's fawns
Hey,
are always
Uzi,
the
thank
worst
you.
shot. Didn't you know?
No, that's a new saying to me. Do as I say, not as I do.
Ding, ding, ding! Got it in one! First prize, ma'am!
What did I win?
A relaxing break outside the temple, away from the entire world, to be redeemed whenever your holiness needs it.
Zhao cast her eyes down, focusing once more on the book she'd spent the last half hour ignoring. She pondered something for a moment before finally turning a wry smile toward Ada.
Only if you come too.
Ada grinned back, at first. The corner of his lips started sagging, weighed down by the thought of a lonely flame burning away in the forge.
I don't think we're going on that trip any day soon.
Okay. So yeah, same options at night again, so now we will spend time with Sep. Okay? Ada plopped down on the anvil next to the forge and set his helmet on his lap. He had much to tell, and stories were meant to be shared over a fire. Ada turned in his sleep. The voices haunted him this night too, but they weren't inside his head for once.
Ada!
God,
Ada,
Jesus.
can't you hear? Wake up! Drag your ass out there or they're going to get us all killed!
Huh? Who's gonna get us killed? What?
Tiggy off. It was only after Ada was scared awake that the faint sound of someone banging their fists against metal finally reached his ears.
Someone, please come out! We have to stop Etor!
Oh god, what's he doing now? Ada didn't have time to hesitate. He immediately staggered to his feet and reached out for his helmet. Without thinking twice, he limped towards the entrance. What he found just outside the crumbled walls that surrounded the temple yard was one of the tensest moments he'd walked into in weeks. A guard clutching his spear, surrounded by a large contingent of gazelles and sable riders. Ahead of them was Itor, pointing his sword at the intruder.
Lower your weapon! Last warning! Make me!
Whoa, what's going on here?
This guard tried to search me!
So you went and pulled a sword on him? Did you forget your promise?
This is a good cause.
Itor, please! Put
Oh
that
my
thing
gosh.
down before you do something you regret!
Aina's eyes shone a dangerous purple behind Ada. He gently pushed her back behind the gate, hoping she wouldn't have to come out. Ada made to step out alone into the group, when it finally dawned on him that he wasn't wearing his full disguise. Even in the cover of the night, if that guard were to recognize him...
Wait here, all right? I'll go get...
You're not going anywhere until I say so! What language do I have to speak to make your little gazelle friends understand that it's curfew? Nobody gets to wander the city at night without a permit. Permits? I wipe my ass with all the permits in your city.
Oh dear.
I'm a free man, and I shall go where I damn well please, when I choose to!
Curfew my butt. We kinda have to settle down here, otherwise this whole thing's going to shit real fast. So I kinda have to say this.
Right.
Hoping
Look,
it works.
It's not that I don't get you. I do. The guards bend the rules whenever they feel like it if your coin purse is heavy enough. But the rules are the rules, and they're there to protect us all, no matter the species, yeah?
You can't be serious! They never pull this crap on deer!
I know, the guards are racist, they're bastards, but... the time is not right.
What would you know what I do? Listen to the hick, he knows his stuff.
A brick flew right past the guard's face. He immediately put his spear up looking for the thrower, but the number of people holding debris only increased with every threat he made. At the very last moment, when violence seemed like an inevitable turn, the gates clanked open once more. In the cover of the night, a small half-dressed goat with her hair still down and a serious scowl on her face walked out.
Stop! More screams wouldn't help you. What is the problem?
Willn't.
The problem is that the lot of you huffheads don't realize the position you're in. If you don't help me put shackles on the sword guy right now, I'm going to have everyone in the sodding temple arrested for obstruction!
Why?
What do you mean, why? Because that's the law! Do you know what a law is, you stupid goat?
Everyone around him tensed up. Zhao put her hand up.
What is the reason? The purpose of this law?
To stop no-gooders like you from wandering about!
Zhao sent a look in Ada's direction. He immediately knew to crouch down to her eye level. Once she had finished muttering her thoughts, Ada nodded, straightened himself up, and said for her,
So you limit the rights of all the citizens in order to justify your own prejudice?
The guard stammered back. You could almost hear him go red in the face in the dark.
I'm not the one who writes the rules, I just enforce them! This is unlawful occupation of public property! There will be consequences!
Unlawful? Get a load of this guy. Don't you know the temple belongs to that old Mother Hubbard Tesper talk? It's private property, champ, and he's letting us stay here because he wants to.
Ada felt like the guard immediately knew it was a bluff, but not which part.
Hey, I mean, if you want to be the buck who messed with the friends of Asefi...
We'll see about that!
The guard rushed away in a panic. There was a moment of silence, and then immediately a huge ovation.
Woo! Way to stand your ground, Etor!
No, we must not give an inch to the likes of him. But I have done nothing worth praising. This was just a scuffle. One day we'll have to prove the power of our conviction in a real fight. Tonight is the priestess's intervention. We should be celebrating! May your wisdom erase all hypocrisy from this world.
What? No flowers for Moo? No, I'm just messing with you all. This guy got it right for once. Long live the priestess.
Well, it ended okay, I guess, for now.
Really... Why are you...
The crowd happily stole Zhao away, launching her in the air and chanting her virtues while she yelped her lungs out.
Did you really have to bring up the witch, translator?
What? I wasn't the one who... Anyway, it was all true. Mostly. Kinda.
I'll let this one slide. I'd rather take my chances with the Sephi than the guard.
Little by little, the congregation that remained awake dispersed and went back to their tents. Ada, absolutely spent of any energy he could have gathered in 2 hours of sleep, headed back to the gate first. Right as he was about to cross in, Burbif rushed out. Behind him, Gyoff, desperately trying to pull him back into the temple.
I heard the commotion in the yard. What did I miss? Are we finally starting the revolution?
Oh, shut up, Burbif!
You're going to start one if the guards see you, you royal idiot!
Burbif, come on. Don't go stirring up more trouble now. Get back inside and go back to sleep, all right?
Sleep? Oh, Ada, that is such a funny joke. I wasn't sleeping. I was working on setting up my new workshop. Our conditions may not be ideal, but I made up my mind to help you, and science waits for no one.
Good to see you again, Percival. Hope you're doing well.
You're banned from doing whatever it is that is, so I tell you.
God. Ada dragged his feet back to bed, followed by a string of complaints all the way to the forge. Okay. Help around the temple, find food for Eka, and set up Burbif's workshop. And we can now translate speech or help patch up the temple. Is this place looking a bit bigger now that I've done it once? I'm not sure if I'm actually changing the map here. I'm gonna patch up the temple again. The millenary Great Temple of Herob has spent over 400 years in a derelict state, sentenced to fall to its ruin in its own privileged spot in Pilgrim Hill, but not even the most unabashed of Earlamites would resort to borrowing potentially cursed bricks for their houses. Pertok had done little to change this fate in his time as the master of these once holy grounds, but their new occupants were far less complacent about letting their children run wild near condemned walls and falling ceilings.
To stand in the way of science is to stand in the way of progress. Is that how you wish to be remembered? As a Sind? As a flag-bearer of the putrid fear of the unknown?
Make it stop.
I'm sure he's bound to run out of air eventually. Faster, if you follow my suggestion.
We are not throwing Bearbeth in a well. We are not ransoming Bearbeth. And we are not building a golem!
So let's borrow one then!
Borrow a golem? Borrow as in loan? Loner. I gotta go wake Gyoff up!
Taylid barely shifted his eyes towards Sir Upperfield and his retinue, which had so boldly decided to show up in his guild office unannounced.
I thought I made it clear that I could not be seen with the likes of you, Addersind. And less so accompanied by that fetid parasite of all people in this city.
Oh, trust me, the feeling is mutual. I wouldn't be anywhere nearby if I could help it, but you know whose life is on the line.
It will be yours if you insist on compromising my position. Leave now, or I'll have you escorted out.
You're gonna have to run that by Aina.
Taylid quickly turned around. He looked at the little pale creature by Ada's side, then back at Ada. Confusion turned into bloodthirst as her name engraved itself in Taylid's mind once again.
I'm here too, if that makes any difference.
Lord Askadath? Is that you?
Burbif eagerly pulled down his hood.
What a fine occasion to meet again, good sir. I'm sorry I had to be excused so suddenly from our last appointment.
Y'all know each other?
But of course! Mr. Taylid is a fellow golem enthusiast and pen pal of mine for many moons now. He kindly arranged for us to meet at last and discuss a possible commercial transaction just a couple weeks ago.
A couple of weeks ago in a tavern in Slander where he never did show up.
Taylid locked eyes with Ada. In any other circumstance, he would have found himself stabbed at the implication of a could-be, maybe, not really interrupted magnicide attempt.
You have 5 seconds. What does Sep need?
A new body!
Excuse me.
Well, we're just throwing ideas out there. Barabit's gonna do some science to see if he can bring her back, but, you know, just in case, if worse came to worse, which it ain't, but you never be too careful, we may need to, find her a new golem body.
You what?
Taylid! Your sister is still a pitiful lump of coal withering away in a forge! Give the golem humpers anything they want!
No. Are you all mad? I cannot involve myself in this. It's heresy of the highest.
You will help that butterball get every single pound back! Or so help me, there won't be a single merchant in all of Akathor unaware of the fact Taylid the treasurer is naught but the son of a hanged deer and a conspiring courtesan.
Taylid's mouth trembled wordlessly. He dropped down on his chair, exhausted.
What kind of automaton are you even looking for?
Well, before we can even start to talk about the intricacies of the matter of transplanting a soul, we'll need to find a way to stabilize her current form. I've brought a very exhaustive list of the chemical compounds I would like to experiment with first.
Oh dear.
This is the Traders Guild, not the Alchemists. We don't deal in dangerous substances.
You deal in money and brute force. I'm sure you can arrange something.
I will find someone willing to sell you those materials, but that's as far as I'm willing to get myself involved in this matter. Anything else?
Desserts. For Sep! Yep. She'll be real hungry when she wakes up.
So be it. Now vanish. Leave this place and never come back.
Thank you, Tay-Tay!
Do not call me!
Everyone hurried away from the door, lest Taylid would feel like shutting Gyoff up forever. Yeah, see, now I've got 2 choices. So it's got to be one of them. Let's keep an eye on Burbif. Make tools, or help the kitchen. Kitchen seems more pressing. And everyone loves the goat. A visibly wounded, growing young man, gaunt to the point of misery. Ada's sorry sight was always a hit among older ladies of all species. Enamored with their new gallant kitchen helper, the wives in the kitchen insisted on teaching Ada how to hold a knife, in principle, a trick to peel garlic easily, and clapped in awe every time he cracked a walnut with his bare hands. He even got a small bag of earth almonds as a tip for being a good boy. Aww. The patio was always a wonderful place to relax, the water glimmering in the pools, the fresh breeze funneled through the colonnades, and the warmth of the sun-baked bricks that made up the stairs turned the cloister into an irresistible spot. It seemed that Ada wasn't the only one looking for a break outside. Zhao sat tucked into her own corner of the sunlight, head low and whole body about to fall forward. She seemed to be struggling to stay awake. The dark circles under her eyes had never looked quite so grave as they did, starkly shaded against the sunlight.
Jow! Hey, get up! I know the weather feels great this time of the year, but you're gonna end up getting heat stroke if you nap under the sun like that.
Jo grumbled something. She clung onto Ada's hand and slowly got up. She hadn't taken 2 steps when her knees suddenly faltered and she tumbled to the ground.
Jow! Jow! You okay? Hey!
Ada shoved his forehead against Jow's, trying to feel her temperature. She just waved him away.
Don't scream in my ear, please. I just tripped. It's nothing.
What do you mean it's nothing? You could have broken your head on these stairs.
I wasn't paying attention and I got up too fast, that's all. Please, let me go. I have things to do.
With that, Jow got up again. She leaned against a pillar for a few seconds and then walked back into the inner temple. I could patrol or I could spend time with Sep again. Either way, it would be the second time doing either of them. Things are moving around here. Some nights, Ada stared at the light until his eye hurt, wondering if that was really Sep. If there hadn't been some kind of mistake and she would turn up one day and everyone would share a laugh over all the time he wasted talking to a lump of coal. He'd spend the rest of the night apologizing.
We have to do something about it. We can't just leave everyone else to their luck.
We'll only find strength in numbers. We have to let everyone affected know that the doors are open to them to join the fight.
That's mad talk. You want him to burn the entire temple with us inside?
This is why I said I didn't want to have anything to do with that geezer.
Hey, what's all the noise today?
Yeah, what's going on now?
There's word that a guard was ambushed last night outside the temple in a revenge attack, so the guards have barred off the entire district. One of my neighbors was just thrown in the dungeon, but his child managed to sneak past them and run here.
Say what? Y'all know if it was one of us?
No, I'm sure that's not right. Nobody here would...
The people in the group turned their heads collectively towards Itor as he passed by. He snorted hard and then spit out all the phlegm in his lungs.
Come on! It's the helmets we're talking about! I bet that some deer just got spat at after trying to frisk someone and kicked up a fuss. So now they're using that as an excuse.
Anyway, even if it was true, I don't see what the rest of the Zells have to do with any of this. If you have to blame someone, at least blame the ones in the temple, right?
Don't tempt fate now, dear.
Have we got Eka something to eat? Not yet. I've not had the option to go talk to Eka at all yet. But I have helped in the kitchen a couple times, so I'm hoping that kind of stacks food in the background. I don't know.
Hey, Yatur, can't you go and talk some sense into them?
I mean, I ain't exactly,
You aren't exactly what, huh? Ready to take a step forward for anyone here? You scared of taking out that stupid helmet, too?
It's like, the way I'm assuming this works, which could be entirely wrong, is that spending time in a scene grants a point. That's how I'm imagining it in my head. So, like, how many times have you helped in the kitchen? Like, twice? Okay, you've got 2 kitchen points, or 2 food points. You've patched up the temple twice, you've got 2 patched up temple points, that kind of thing. But there's probably also a separate point counter, I would imagine, for each NPC. So we probably want to try and get a good amount of time spent in each area and time spent with each NPC. That's what I'm thinking, at least. I don't know how this game is coded. I don't know what it's looking for. This is just a wild guess. But that's how I think it might work. So that's kind of the logic I'm going with. So I'm trying to spread out my time between things and make sure I talk to each individual as well.
Now, let's all cut this poor guy some slack here. We need him alive and well to translate, huh? You know what to do, Water. I'm sure the priestess will know how to handle this.
She'd better.
Well, when the map pops up again, well, like, oh, yeah, she's right there now. Eka's here now, so yeah, let's go find Eka. Ada rummaged inside his pile of coal until his hand finally grazed the burlap sack he'd stashed away inside it. He waited until just after lunchtime so he could wander off among the hustle and bustle, and though sneaking out was a breeze, his mind would not forgive him so easily for what felt like a betrayal of sorts. Still, he trudged on, towards the old labyrinthic alleys that waited beyond the main street. Ada looked at the small note he held in his hand for the 10th time in 3 minutes, as he nervously turned a corner again. He had just bent his neck down once more to check for any directions he might have missed, when he caught a familiar growling. The wolf Eka called Whelp yipped at him from the darkness. The beast started to walk deeper into the alleys. Ada took a deep breath.
Bones, good to see you here. Come on up. Did you bring the goods?
Our favourite part-time errand boy opened his hand, letting a small sack of potatoes fall on the table.
I also found a bunch of earth almonds, if you like them. It's a bit late to go making horchata this year, but they're good on their own too.
I got that for my second help in the kitchen, so this is helping.
Yes, tiger nuts! Oh man, how did you know? I love these little guys.
Ada was about to open his mouth to point out that earth almonds were meant to be left soaking overnight before consumption so as to avoid breaking one's teeth in half. But he realised that he wasn't in any position to argue.
Oh man, I was starving. Oh, thanks, Bones. You're a lifesaver.
It's nothing. If I'd known you could eat veggies, I would have gotten you some sooner.
Oh yeah, a green diet and lots of vinegar is key to keeping good teeth out on the sea. It's not like we can eat exactly the same as you, though. Grazers have a lot more options than us when it comes to feeding. Then again, I guess carnivores get more bang for the buck.
Thank you, Omicron, for the 59 months. Yes. Ada furrowed his brow. Something bothered him, and it wasn't Eka's blasé approach to talking about sentient beings as nourishment for once.
What's that word mean? Carnival.
Carnivore? We don't really have a word for us like grazers do. The bear man thought that beast sounded a bit rude, so we've been trying it out, but, in the end, it's just a fancy way of saying meat eater, right? I eat your meat. I mean, yeah, true, but
you eat my meat?
It's kind of reductive. It's not like we kill for the fun of it, unlike you weirdos, always gnawing shrubs to the branch when you could just wait for them to drop fruit. We get sick without meat, you know? It's in our blood.
Ada didn't want to know. He most definitely didn't want to ask, but a sick sense of morbid curiosity got the best out of Ada.
How's that work? I mean, did you have what did you even eat back home?
Oh, you know, there's plenty of variety in the archipelago. Mollusks, shrimps, bugs, stoats when they bother us. If I never have to sink a tooth in another stoat, it'll be too soon. See, pup, the key to flavor is relaxation. Grease is where the taste goes. And a bunch of stalkers like us, we're always tense, so we taste really bad. Here, check it out for yourself. Give me a little chomp.
I'm gonna take this as this world doesn't have, non-sapient animals. Right? It seems that way.
No, I don't think I will.
Oh, come on, Bones. You don't need to hold back. I don't taste half bad at all.
I'm sure. Eka leaned against Ada, propping herself up on one elbow. Then she started gnawing at her forearm.
I'm gonna go now?
Oh, sure. Drop by whenever. It's good to have you around.
Baldur's Gate 3 added 12 new subclasses? Are you serious? Wait, what? What? BG3 new subclasses. Patch 8 due out 2025 adds 12 new subclasses. What? Do we have a list? What are they adding? Bard College of Glamour, Barbarian Path of Giants, Cleric of the Death Domain, Druid Circle of Stars, Paladin Oath of the Crown, Fighter Arcane Archer, the Drunken Master Monk, oh hell yeah, Ranger Swarm Keeper, Rogue Swashbuckler, yo! Oh, I love Swashbuckler, it parries a lot. Sorcerer Shadow Magic, Warlock of the Hexblade. Nice. Blade Singing Wizard. As well as a new photo mode and extra camera settings. Wow, they've really put a lot of effort into their photo mode. You can even make it look like you're taking a selfie. Oh, wow, that's a huge update. Oh, I'm going to want to play as a swashbuckler. All the coolest subclasses. Oh, that's great. Might have to reinstall and do it again. Wow, that's really cool. Full crossplay, nice, nice. Death Domain Cleric can explode corpses, cool. You never know when you need that ability on hand.
You heard the news?
Yes. Door let me know something like this would be coming this morning, but didn't exactly specify beyond that. He says that I have my way and he has his. I'll make a point to call for peace and endurance during the prayer today and remind the congregation what our purpose is.
Zhao sagged forward, burying her face in her hands.
Whatever it may be. Am I failing them as much as I think, Ada? Is it my fault for letting this situation come so far?
A few seconds passed by. Zhao looked up at Ada expectantly.
You really want to hear my thoughts?
It'd be nice for a change.
As a friend, I know you're doing your best to do good. Nobody could blame you for any of that.
A barbarian death cleric improvised catapult. God damn. Look, I'm just excited for Swashbuckler. That'd be fun.
And as a deer?
Ada shifted uncomfortably.
The dear opinion is that hearing all the things the Zels say and how the town replied, this was always going to happen in the end, one way or another. You just got roped into heading the march.
Do you think the Joseph will be mad at me?
What, for taking her spotlight? No. Everyone needs someone to believe in. You and I believe in her. They believe in you. Sep believes in herself. And Aina probably believes that she could punch the whole city to the ground and solve everything in a moment.
And she'd be right. Zhao nodded quietly.
I'm going to open the doors to the main temple and let them all into the premises. If nothing else, it's my duty to veil for the safety of the congregation at least. You don't need to get involved any further. Just look after our Joseph, please.
No. Run that by me again one more time, ma'am? You really think I'm gonna get all cozy up in my little corner and leave you alone to deal with this? We're a team. If you find yourself up to your neck in mud, I'm here to give you a ride on my shoulders. If the guards come for us, then we'll just need more people. It ain't about you or me or just Barhan's neckcanes. There's all sorts that have it rough around here. We're fed up as well. We make them see we're together, we'll all be stronger.
A chuckle broke Ada's incipient revolutionary streak. Zhao was wiping a stray tear from her eye.
Don't cry, please! What is it? What did I say?
Oh, Ada.
No. I'm glad. I owe you an apology, Ada. I really thought you only cared about the Joseph for the longest time.
I mean, yeah, you ain't wrong. I'm only doing this for her. Not that I don't care about you, but this just got nothing to do with me, yeah? I just hate it when folk get treated poorly for no reason, that's all.
Why does that fluster you so much? It's a good thing to care.
My horns it is. I don't want to care too much. You start caring about one person in the street, and suddenly you care about two. And then you start caring about all the people you never met. And what do you do then?
Haul around a bag of rats? You could. You literally could do that, Omicron. If you kill a rat, if you kill anything, you can take its corpse. You just stuff them all in a sack.
You can't just think about everyone having it rough, right? You can't do nothing about it. You can't do nothing for them. You're just hurting yourself for no reason.
Like, it's crazy how much freedom you have in that game.
Do you really think there is no point in trying to make life better for everyone else?
No, that ain't it. you're right. It's good to care. I'm just saying if you obsess over every single person you can't help, it's just gonna drive you mad.
I'd rather be mad than sad.
Zhao sat up, a moment of silence only broken by the noise of her stool hitting the floor. Then she smiled.
I think I get it now.
With this, the goat headed out of the forge, leaving Ada equal parts confused and relieved at this change of heart. So, Burbiff is the only one around now, so I guess we hang out with Burbiff. Cue one Burbiff of Askadath, wandering about on the first floor of 100 different vials and receptacles sunk to the bottom of a cube. And a very annoyed Ada, carrying a desk an uncomfortably short distance behind him, with his eye nailed to the blonde stag's neck.
Ada,
Do we have to? Come
friend,
on.
I appreciate that you've decided to assist me in setting up my workshop. I just wonder if you could do me the favor of walking a few steps behind.
The biggest corpse. Probably a dragon, I would imagine.
You're gonna do something weird if I take my eye off you.
Why? Is that how little you trust me?
You're only in Act 2? You've seen a dragon. Hey, you've been in the prologue, you've seen dragons.
I understand. Trust is earned, and there can exist nothing but suspicion in the absence of knowledge. Very well. I shall continue to employ your assistance throughout my job, so that you may see that I hold nothing but good intentions.
I'm not going to say the names of anything, but yeah, I know dragons in Dungeons and Dragons. Whoa! I'm not going to give spoilers for obvious reasons, because I know half of you still haven't finished the game. It's a good game, you should get on that. Like, come on, it's been out for like a year and a half. Of always constantly avoiding content. Like, you're going to run into a spoiler eventually. It might not be my fault, it might be someone else's, or it may even be my fault at some point. I might slip up. But still, play it. Hey, it's Zoopy. Good to see you again. Burbiff carefully placed a spread of tools, components, and notes across the table. Ada took his nose to each one of them.
Ooh, that smells strong. You making booze here?
Your instincts remain sharp as ever. Alcohol is indeed the solvent for this solution. Nothing too complex, of course, but I'd rather have good ventilation so as to avoid potentially lethal accumulations of toxic gas byproducts due to impurities.
Uh-huh.
I shall now proceed to mix in the solute. Hand me the magnesium.
Good designs? Oh, yeah, this game's beautiful. Got beautiful art and characters and writing.
The magnesium what now?
Look, we love our himbo, Ada.
No, not manganese. Magnesium. Read the labels carefully.
Ada shoved his right eye in front of the label. Then he pushed his eye patch against it, just to make a show of it.
Carefully or not, I can't read a thing.
Yeah, he can't read.
Oh, I suppose that would pose quite the impediment to keeping you as an assistant.
Oh, the game's right here. Thank you, Panda. More shout-outs to the game. I'm still salty, by the way, because this game was gifted to me by Bird, I think, if I remember correctly. If you get gifted a game on Steam, your review of that game does not count. It doesn't. It sucks. Like, you can still leave a review, but it's not counted in the review total or percentage or anything. Yeah, really. If you're gifted a game, your review doesn't count. Just throw up my arms and shrug if I could. It's like, I don't know why. That's just something Steam does. Assumed biased if it's gifted. I don't know what their reasoning is. But if you go to my review of this game on the Steam page, there'll be a little hollow-out star next to it, and if you mouse over it, it says, this review is not counted in the total aggregate because it was gifted or bought from a different site or some other reason. So yeah, I kind of want other people to buy the game so they can review it, because then it would uplift the game and make it more successful, because review scores and review amount count for a lot for a game's success on Steam. If the developer gives it to you, but if a friend gives it to you, there's no less bias than if you spent your own money. I don't know, but I'm not the one to bring this kind of complaint to. Review stuffing from the devs? I guess? Maybe? There's potential for it to be abused, so I guess they just threw it all out, I guess. Just said, look, we don't want to deal with this potentially being a problem, so just nip it in the bud and just cull those reviews. Leaving reviews on games when they get it for free? Yeah, they don't count either.
Yeah, I thought as much. No worries. I'll watch from the corner and stay out of your hair.
Are you not interested in learning to read?
You can find the reviews, they're not hidden. They just don't count toward the total reviews and the percentage.
I mean, sure, I'd love to learn to read someday. But who'd ever waste time teaching a poor, thick-skulled hick how to work the squiggly ink lines, you know?
I could teach you.
Val,
are you for
time
real?
to have some water.
Thank you.
Stop slouching.
So, if you want to support indie developers with like a game you like, even if it's a game you've had for years, just leave a review for it. It doesn't have to be well written or well thought out. You could just type "good game," thumbs up, post, and that would help that developer. Promise you.
Of course! Raising the levels of literacy across the kingdom is one of my lifelong goals. It's the entire reason I decided to abandon my homestead in favor of joining the Great Academy of Heirloom, in fact.
As we all know how swamped Steam is with games. Ever since they opened the floodlights after the green light system just kind of went up in smoke. And now there's pretty much anything and everything you can find on Steam now. I mean, it's nice that Steam adds a little tag saying, hey, this game was made with AI, you might want to think about that. And they do ban NFT games, which is also good, because all of those are fucking scams. But like, there's still so much competition out there. If you want your favorite indie developers to succeed, you got to put in just a little effort, just a little bit. Just a couple words. Smallest effort can really make someone's day sometime.
Though my father would not have had it in life, I always dreamt of becoming a professor. And given that the future of my title is uncertain, to say the least, the most attainable route would be to start the change I want to see, person by person. You shall be learning with me as much as I shall be learning with you, my friend.
Am I actually going to learn to read if I hang out with Burbeth?
I don't know what to say, Bearwith. Thank you.
And then we can work side by side on building a new body, better than the old one ever was.
I take it all back.
Oh, dearie, dearie me. So Illigrab's here. For rather understandable reasons, Sep was not particularly fond of talking about her powers, and she was never clear on where exactly their limits lay. She didn't consider herself a Sephi, be it out of a misplaced sense of humility, or perhaps even superiority, but Servine society would have surely branded her so. Even so, Ada had known for a long time now that the Sep he was used to was just one of many forms of a being far beyond his comprehension. Well, not a long time, no. It had just been a little over a moon since the day she branded him, really. It felt like the longest couple of moons in Ada's life, now that time had turned the worst days of his past into a distant blur. Whispers. Ada was most certain that he was hearing someone whispering nearby. His mind played this trick on him every so often, usually when he was about to fall asleep. He'd hear voices of random people he'd met during the day. Sometimes they were casual conversations. Sometimes they were so terrifying he found himself unable to leave his bed. But no, he was pretty sure that this was a real person in the forge. especially after he heard a metal plank being ripped out of the wall it had been nailed to.
Ah, Adder! Sorry to startle you, lad. I was just trying to catch Sep's attention. I have a few questions for her about her latest temper tantrum. Lots of loose ends on this one. Don't worry, I'll put the metal cover thingy back where it was when I'm done.
Adder's jaw dropped.
You knew?
Knew what? That she was here with you? It was obvious, really. No inn in this city could cater to her standards of living, so the next best thing she could hope for is good company, right?
Do you know she's currently fire?
No, I'm kidding. I saw her the other day when I dropped by.
Oh.
Well, how did you know that was her?
Illigrab turned his head toward the fire in the pit, and then back to Adder, confused. He stared emptily in Adder's direction, wondering what could the boy possibly be talking about. Until at last he connected all the dots.
Ah, I see. It's happening again.
His brows sagged down into an expression of pure pity, perhaps more for Adder than Sep.
I heard about, well, I wasn't there the night it happened. One of the darkest hours in Heirloom's history, and the full truth will only ever be known by 3 people. 2 of them died as a result, and the other one lost herself in her own mind. The only man who knew how to fix it could only be convinced by the woman who had the least reason to help. The whole case was an enigma in its own right. I've always wondered what in the world it was that Rahl said to get Pertok to help. Guess we'll never know now.
How do you see Sep?
I still can't wrap my head around it. You could see Sep? Like, as a normal girl?
Normal? Well, to me, she's right there, exactly as I've always seen her. A little crestfallen star refusing to address me, talking directly into my mind when she does. Don't get me wrong, I've heard plenty about how she's supposed to look, but that's just not what I see.
Huh. Illigrab stared at the forge with a vacant expression. He ran a finger through his mustache, pondering many matters beyond the situation at hand.
No matter how close my family gets to deer, we're still plants. And plants don't wonder if the fire is alive, or what god hangs a sun up in the sky every morning. They don't need to think about who keeps water flowing down the river, or who makes the clouds float. They just exist.
He just has a completely different perception, I guess.
I wish I could shut my thoughts out like that sometimes. Just 5 minutes, you know? Sounds kind of amazing.
Doesn't it? Oh, to be a tiny flower dancing in the wind, basking in the afternoon showers and glowing in the sun, never once wondering the meaning of right and wrong.
Illigrab ended his short poetic streak with a comparatively small, compassionate smile.
I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but I'm afraid I don't really have anything to offer other than my deepest assurance that she'll be back stronger. The sun rises, whether we want it to or not. Take good care of her until then.
Illigrab marched away, unsure of what else to say. Adder heard a rustling in the forge. He half opened his eye, finding a short silhouette slinking around with his cane in tow.
Raina? You wish.
I do, unfortunately. Geoff shoved the crook of the staff into Adder's hand.
Bard, what's wrong?
What isn't? Beasts, guards, gazelles! Ugh. I don't know who'll get to us first, but we're not going to stick around and wait.
Geoff tugged the cane back, trying to help Adder get up, only to feel a yank from the other end.
Know my answer, Bard.
It wasn't a question. 'Twas in order.
Geoff fell back on a shield, narrowly avoiding the hammer that he accidentally launched into the air.
I can't leave until Sep is...
Don't you dare try that with me again! I'm done with your excuses. If you want to lose your head so badly, you can go and lose it on your own!
Bard, we don't have to do this again. Hey! Geoff, please. I don't want to lose you too.
Tough cheese.
Cheese. Geoff vanished into the night. Oh.
Are you okay, Ada? Your eye looks a little swollen.
Yeah, it's the season, you know? Allergies and all. I'll be fine.
It's winter.
Let's just get the day started.
Nearly winter. Oh. Etor or Akka? Now, I know most of my chat's going to say Akka, but we've not hung out with Etor yet. And the guy seems like a bit of a problem. So I feel like we have to talk to him in case he starts more problems. We'll talk to Akka tomorrow if we can. Zhao had a gift, the way Ada saw it. She had an extremely commanding presence despite her size, and an amazing talent for delivering incendiary speeches with the most innocent of intentions, born perhaps from her time scaring brigands on the road. Ada couldn't help but wonder if the effect of her words was increased or lessened through his accent and his mannerisms, if he was somehow overcompensating for his own inadequacy in translating her messages by being far more intense than he meant to be. No, he knew she would have been unstoppable on her own. I'm sorry, wife. Look, I like Akka, okay? But Aina is still best girl to me. I still love Aina. At this point, I don't care if she is some kind of golem or whatever magical spiritual nonsense is going on with her body. I still love her. And nothing will change that. Much like the majority of the temple's populace, Ada didn't understand the intricacies of the cult of Hirab. It seemed, however, that prayer this particular morning was required to take place inside the temple premises. Zhao performed a series of cleansing rituals, the meaning of which seemed impossible to translate without further context. Ada could only echo fragments of intention out of everything Zhao thought and said.
Now, we cup our hands and bring them to our chests. Picture your heart in them. Imagine that you hold every worry and every blessing. Feel the weight of your pain. Now lift them up towards the sky so that the sun may dispel these shades.
We are one of the same minds, Ixki, so I'm doing my best to divide my attention across all these different tasks because I feel this is going to be pivotal in what ending we get. So I'm doing what I think is best and splitting my attention equally across everything. Once satisfied with her prayer, Zhao lowered her hands so as to put her heart back in place and bowed her head. She dismissed the congregation and excused herself away from the offertory first. Ada was about to follow her, worried about this unusual haste, when he felt a tug on his sleeve.
Translator, the priestess does not seem well.
I know. She's been working real hard lately. She won't hear a word about it. I think it's starting to get to her.
I see. Give this message to the priestess. Tell her that Etor will speak with her. This is neither question or request. It is fact.
Okay. Burbif again. How many times have we... I think we've done both of these twice. We've still only done this once, and it's still got Burbif there. And I'm really interested to see if Burbif can actually teach Ada how to read. There was something about the library which never failed to spook Ada. It felt older than the temple, and 1,000 times more important than any gods that may have taken up residence in it. And yet here he was, wasting its grandness, one letter at a time.
Let's try it again then. What is this letter?
Oh my god, he is actually teaching me to read.
That's an A?
Not quite. Once more.
And I?
Try to look at the shapes more closely. If A has little horns above and I has ears, which one had a tail?
Ada dragged his hand from his face up to his hair, pulling at his bangs. He trembled slightly, glaring at the letter so hard it seemed he was trying to absorb it directly through his pupil. The stag's patience, boundless for so many other parts of his life, quickly ran out. He pushed the book away.
This is useless. Give it up already. We both got a whole lot of bitter stuff to do right now.
No, Ada, learn to read.
Frustration is an unavoidable part of learning. You will have to suffer the horrors of being unskilled before you can ever become a master, my friend.
Honestly, that's probably the truest thing Burbif has ever said. That is the realest shit right there. It's overcoming that frustration in the parts where you suck before you can get good, which is the hard part of learning any new skill.
No, you gotta have your head screwed on right for that. I ain't never been good at learning. I ain't gonna start at my age.
Yes, you will. I'm firmly convinced the reason adults have more trouble learning than children is their conviction that they cannot do so anymore. Beyond any physiological changes to the structure of our heart's learning glandule, of course. I must admit that I cannot quite understand how a man of your curiosity and ingenuity would fail to encounter a chance to learn in his infancy, however. Was your village not equipped with some form of school? A learned man of sorts, perhaps?
I needed a password 8 characters long, so I picked Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, but it didn't work. God damn it. But yeah, you gotta keep at something if you want to learn it. You gotta approach something with failure in mind. You will fail. You've got to accept that. That's the hard bit. I've brought this up multiple times before. You just need to approach failure differently. Fora has died from that joke. Understandable. It wasn't very good. You gotta, like, look forward to fail. Because to learn something, you have to fail. You gotta fail in a multitude of different ways and learn from each of those failures. Try different things in regards to the skill you're trying. Just keep trying different things. Fail in a multitude of ways, and you will get good. Sucking at something is the first step at being good at something. Yes, it is. It's just overcoming that mindset of hating failure and learning to embrace it instead. Then you can do anything. With enough time.
Learned? Sure, we got plenty. There was a wandering doctor that dropped by once a moon. My bro Betta never got good health, so he was always writing up recipes for the apothecary next town over.
And that's the first time we've actually gotten a name for one of your family members, Ada.
Then you got the merchants that stayed at the inn where my little bro Hosu helped out. Those could read and write, and Hosu was always begging him to teach him. But no one ever stayed enough to see that through. And I almost forgot the monk over at the Eremite for our mountain god. That one couldn't read, but he could recite every single law and prayer from memory. So he worked as the town judge. He was always scolding our youngest, Yoa.
Even seducing a lizard maid? Yes, even that. Because that just comes with practice. You just gotta talk to people, treat them like human beings. Including me, the lizard maid. Because we're all people and not objects to be seduced. You just treat people like they're human, and that's the key to any healthy relationship.
My brother's got plenty of chances to run around and get in trouble, see? But I was the eldest, so I had to stay home to lay the fields and shepherd bushes to the stream and back. All one learns to read out there is the clouds.
Don't you resent your siblings for it?
Ada linked his hands behind his neck and threw his head back, thinking for a moment.
Nah, I'm happy for him, if anything. Even back when I got plenty of time to spare, I guess I just didn't feel like learning. It is what it is, right? Pa always said that nothing good had come out of knowing more than one oughta.
The thing is not to approach it as like an attempt of seduction, is what I want to try and get at here. Is that you just need to get to know a person. See what you've got in common, just find common ground and just talk about things. Have a normal conversation without just thinking, I want to bed this person immediately. That command, hang on, I'll put it in for you. There you go. So anyone trying to push the art of seduction is a con artist. The best way to foster a normal relationship is to just talk to people and just have normal conversations with them and get to know them like they were human beings and not trophies.
I find that there's nothing more terrifying than ignorance, for it is comforting like nothing else in this world. It cannot be cured by anything less than the will to fix it, and it can never be recovered once lost.
Ooh, boy. That's real philosophical of you, Burbith.
Philosophical, yeah.
Oh, truly! I could bring some of my thesis on Thorfo's dialectical work for you to peruse next time. Perhaps that shall help open your mind to the fleeting nature of the flesh and illuminate you on the need to transcend your friend's mortal body.
You almost got it right this time, bud.
Little steps. Ooh, Gyoff is available now. We have Gyoff and Zhao. That is a new thing. What does that say? That just says look for Gyoff. It's day 8. I don't know how many days there are. I feel like either one of these is going to be a correct choice, honestly. And there's probably still more days to come. I can save on this screen. Let's put some saves here. I'm going to go with Zhao. Patrolling was an old skill that Ada had never truly let go of. An uncommonly large young man wandering about with a big stick was a fairly successful thief deterrent back home, and it only made him a natural choice for conscription. To this day, he still couldn't sleep for long, as much as he tried. He was lucky to get a few hours here and there every night, and he never felt like staying in bed. As Burbith. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of marble. I aspired to the purity of the blessed golem. An insomniac busybody like him could have had a promising career in the city guard if the idea didn't make his stomach churn. Ada knocked on the frame of Zhao's cot.
Got a visit, priestess. You decent?
Yes, come in.
The door opened shyly, revealing a sable and a roe. Privacy hadn't exactly been a matter of importance to either Ada or Zhao. They spent most of the time together, and they'd fallen asleep on the same premises more than once. But Ada still didn't feel comfortable bothering Zhao in her own room. This coyness did not extend to Itor. He made his way in and marched toward her bed without a second thought. Zhao tried to sit up to greet them, but her weakness was apparent in her face. Itor put a hand on her shoulder and motioned her to lie down again.
Priestess, you should know by now that I am not a patient man. I can't bear to look upon those who waste chances, and my blood boils finding idleness in the face of change. Ibex are said to be great warriors. I came looking for a strong soul.
Zhao cast her face down, ashamed.
But your kind demeanor, and the hope in your words, the innocence in your eyes, you have an air about you that speaks to something I thought dead within. It sends the man I am to sleep and stirs a child awake, and the child fears for you.
You just say you're worried about her. Zhao tried to sit up again, but Itor stared her down until she fully laid her head on the cushion.
I know that you are brave. You have long proven this. But you are headed down a dangerous path, and you must acknowledge it.
I appreciate your concern, but I know my limits better than anyone.
My parents would say the same every day. They said that they worked hard for my sake, so that I shall not grow with a debt on my head like theirs. They worked dawn and dusk. until the day the Hatsa reclaimed both of their souls.
I mean, I would be lying if I said I didn't have a soft spot for Zhao. She's lovely and I want to protect her, and it's not just because her eyebrows remind me of Greb. Maybe partly.
The only fruit of their efforts was an orphan, stripped of all innocence in the steppes. Their health, their youth, and their lives were taken away by the yoke of the greedy and the powerful, and it was all for nothing.
This is different. I'm giving my all for a good cause.
You are, but your body doesn't know good causes and bad causes. It only knows pain. At this rate, you will wither away before our moment of truth arrives. You will become as you fear, a burden to us all.
Itor rose again, this time with his chin held high so as to look down on the priestess.
Know that if I must take over your duties because you are too weak to continue serving the community, I will proudly step up. And if I do, I won't be as merciful as you have been. If you do not approve of my methods, you'll do well to take better care of yourself. I have spoken.
Once Itor was out of sight, Zhao finally dared to drag her body out of the bed again. A stressed-out chuckle sigh escaped from her chest.
Is that meant to be an intervention or a threat?
I think that's his version of a pep talk, but you heard the bandit guy. He's gonna kick our collective asses into tomorrow if you don't rest up.
Zhao slammed her face against the bed cushion and sighed into it.
Can we get that break you promised the other day?
Oh, you still want me to come along? Look, I'd love to, but I don't know if I feel very comfy leaving Sep alone like that. Why don't you go take some me time outside?
I don't think I could gather the strength to leave here if I'm not dragging you with me.
They both sighed, fully aware of all the worst ways in which they resembled each other. As if sprung forward by an idea, Zhao suddenly bounced up on her bed.
What if we found a way to bring the Joseph along?
Say what? You think we can do that?
I have no idea, but Barbit may know a way. I've read fast Stranger Things from Sephi. He may just be able to create a temporary container of some kind.
I'd really love that. And I'm sure she would too. She used to have me carry her everywhere back in the day.
Yeah, I don't think Zhao would commit war crimes like Grab does. Ada sighed. Happily, that is, for the first time in an eternity.
Anything else I can do for you today, priestess?
No, I think I'd just like to rest.
You got it.
Ada, I know you're anxious, but please try not to hover over everyone's shoulders. You need to take care of yourself too, okay?
Ada nodded without turning back. The dreams. The dreams chased Ada that night. He dreamt of a silhouette behind a curtain and a howling in the wind.
Why are they still at large? Do they pretend to defy us again?
High King Isifik, created in the First Age. Wait, is this a god? Yeah, that's why I was double checking.
We are working relentlessly to find the culprit behind the attacks, my king.
The culprit? You will not find a single creature responsible.
I'm assuming it's him here.
It's all of them. They cover for each other with lies and deceit. One bad apple is all it takes.
Because this is Illigrab, and this looks like Elbar.
My king!
Well, there you go.
I understand your anger. I too wish I could put manacles on every peasant in the kingdom. But it's not like I could just explicitly order anyone arrested on the grounds of being Baron.
Wherefore?
My king.
You have explicit permission from the highest authority in this world, and all to come to do as you must. If a plague befalls a garden, It stands to reason it should be contained before it consumes all that is good.
Your orders, my king?
Have all of them bow to us, or annihilate them all.
Damn, this monarch's not messing around.
Pests may be a crime upon the beauty of Dakna, but it is hardly one worth capital punishment, your majesty.
We shall be the judge of...
My king, I urge you to reconsider!
A glacial silence took over the entire room.
The heir to the house of Askeladd would do well to learn his turn to speak, or he will learn to follow in his father's footsteps.
The knight grovelled.
You are the arm that moves to realize our thoughts. If our will is that you crush the pests that plague our kingdom, crush them you will.
Yes, my king.
You have much to learn, Captain. You will see one day. Sympathy is the tool the weak use to bide their time.
Ada's whole body seemed to be thrust forward, as if expelled from his dream. Thank you, bird.
BBC be like, King Isafik is a controversial leader, but none can deny he is an assertive and visionary leader.
I mean, the BBC have always been right-leaning, you know that. And run by bigots. Like, we do not speak well of the BBC here, not in this house. They are bastards. Anyway. Startled and not yet quite awake, Ada swiveled his head around, looking for a threat that didn't exist. I did. Actually, I feel like leaning is a bit of an understatement, but it's also a figure of speech. But you know what I mean. All he found was Aina's lilac eyes, seemingly staring right through him. Ada plopped down on his pile of coal. She's greyed out now. Have we seen all her scenes? We have Burbeth or Eka. I did say I would talk to Eka today, didn't I? I did say that. The British Baking Company. No, not that one. Eka. Yeah, all right. We'll go talk to Eka. Ada, whose brain had a limited capacity for pre-planning and general task organisation, spent a good long while thinking about what to do with his day. Look, if your decisions and making me succumb to this peer pressure lead us into a bad ending, you're the ones getting the blame. Did I read that line already or not? Ada, whose brain had a limited capacity for pre-planning and general task organisation, spent a good long while thinking about what to do with his day. After much pacing around the forge, thinking about what the best course of action could be, his gaze finally fell on the silent smith accompanying him. Perhaps he could afford to be a little more proactive in checking in on his in-laws.
Wait, hold on. Is this a suggestion of the implication that Adder thinks they are together now, therefore confirming Ainadder canon?
Ainadder? Really?
I just wanted a cheeky description. But sure. Sep Ainadder canon.
Well, the narrator has said it. The Polycule is confirmed.
Oh, yuck. Terrible name for an OG3. Let's just call them the Trio for now.
Fair enough. But that doesn't account for any future additions to the group.
You wouldn't dare! You are drunk with power!
Ugh. Where were we?
Captain, you round?
Oh. Hey, Bones.
Ada feared the worst when he heard something crackle within her mouth, until he saw the bucket of snails on the table.
Oh, hey, you're eating snails.
Yeah, man. He's back a punch. Sun wolves on a trip like... Oh! Here, you want to try?
I'm good. I just came today to ask if you knew what's the deal with Aina. She hasn't been herself since she came back.
Self, no self, to control the self, to defeat the self that is not the self.
What?
Man, my big sis has it rough.
Big sis? She's your senior then?
Senior. She's a senior, no doubt. But you already knew that, didn't you? You don't look very surprised.
I'm used to that sort of stuff. When one's got 3 little brothers and they all look 10 years older than him when their horns were just starting to sneak out of their skulls, he just kind of stops trying to guess at ages. Knowing she's the older sister now, I think that's why we get along so well. We're both used to taking care of everyone around us. She takes care of me, and I try to do what I can to take care of her at least.
Mm-hmm. She's special like that. I mean, caring isn't exactly how I would describe our image of a role model, but Aina's never given a single damn about what the pack wanted at all.
So, Aina is a...
Nope.
You sure about that?
Eka scratched the back of her ear. It seemed as if she was trying to find a polite way to answer a completely ridiculous question.
What do you know about us, Bones?
I know y'all eat deer.
Right, I thought as much. The pack was sent to the world with a purpose, and it was made as the howling winds thought we were meant to be. We were not made to last, and we were not made to grow. In other words, Baitat was the fun guy, wanting toys that last. But we know we were an afterthought. Aimai made creatures he didn't truly want to keep in his world. The way we see it, the souls we were given were all the souls we'd ever have. So, the pack gave each soul a name, to make sure we wouldn't lose them. When the deer fought us, we lost many souls. Our mission could not be completed, until the pack found that they could make more of us. More flesh bags, but not more souls, surely.
Why not?
What do you know about us? Wolf pretty?
Beats me. I can tell you exactly how to make a litter, but not how to give them a soul.
Huh. I never thought about that. I mean, we kind of just, whoo, wah, and there's a fawn, and we're pretty sure it's made whole.
So, this is a lot to think about. Is Aina's soul just missing then at the moment?
Mm-hmm. Grazers sure spend a lot more time making litters than thinking about them. We have a more structured approach to bringing new life, to put it one way. Our years are cut into seasons for litter making, and weaning as well. The cycle starts when all the packs gather their cubs. It doesn't matter if there's war or peace, or what species they are, we're all lumped together. And the names are revealed to us. But I am different. I am Eka. Tessica. For it was the Baron called Tess Pertok who named me and gave me a soul. I am always a wolf, and I am sister to Tessaina. For it is my duty to listen to and take care of her, furthering the name of our pack.
Eka twirled a snail's shell around between her fingers, watching its pale, bleached shell. Ada was thoroughly confused by that last explanation, but what little he did understand brought forth a peculiar question to his mind.
What was Aina like as a cub?
I don't know. Just like this, I'd bet. Absent and self-absorbed. Too angry to dance to the beat of any drum but her own. She's been the same since long before Eka came to be.
You mean before you were born?
In a way, yes.
Eka stretched out her arms in an exaggerated fashion.
Man, that was a whole lot of nothing, Snails always get me like this. Hey, not to scare you or anything, but you should probably get going. All this rambling really opens up my appetite.
So, one god created all the deer and deer-like folk, or deer-adjacent folk, and they have the capacity to, like, reproduce and make new people. Whereas the wolves, and those that are, I suppose, wolf-adjacent, or at least the people made by the other god, they have a limited number of souls, which implies that soul transplantation into new bodies is how they keep going, but they are always in a limited number. There's only so many of them. Hang on. The macadea, that's what a Illigrab is. As they were created, their fruits weren't normal. Cain had to eat them to realize that. There's a lot in my head here. You want to read this bit of research? Do you want me to read out the entry on deer heat? Do you want me to read this to you? No, you're better than that. You're not. But, no. You know what that is. I'm sure you know what that is. Well, let's just get back to the story. Right, so we have just Burbif again. Well, I guess we're talking to Burbif. Even though Ada was starting to become proficient at recognizing each individual letter, words were a different matter. He would pour his entire being into carefully reading a word and then fail to see what it meant. It just didn't click somehow. Because chat is freaky like that, but do it in the voice of the Mass Effect 1 Codex narrator? I don't have, like, filters on hand to make my voice sound synthetic like the Mass Effect Codex narrator. I feel like I remember what he sounds like, but I don't think I can emulate that whatsoever. But alright, I guess I'll read it. I can do that. Deer, being creatures of vice as they are, suffer many ailments related to the privation of any... no, okay. I got stuck on a word and then I got parried. Focusing too much on the voice and not the words. Burbif said that this was normal and he would get better with practice, but Ada wasn't so sure. He often felt like he hadn't become better at anything in his life.
Shall I give you a hint?
No, hold on. I got this. Don't help me. Let's see. If the left arm is up and the tail is down, then that's a deer?
Indeed, that is correct. Bravo! Let's put them all together then.
Dead. Lonely R. Adair.
He's reading his own name.
Adder? So that's how my name looks? Whoa. It looks sturdy. Like a big boy name, yeah?
He's learning how to write his own name. Aww, precious bean. Some reading, but not that lore entry, then I'll just continue reading the narration as I have been.
There is a whole branch of learning devoted to the study of names and their properties, both in appearance and meaning. I personally wouldn't waste time with such banalities, but I suspect you shall find them quite interesting.
Ada observed the sheet, marveled.
I read my name.
He blinked, and the feeling of elation was gone. Only the awareness of how little he knew remained.
Will you teach me how to read Ask-a-Dad?
That is a far more complicated proper noun, and I cannot imagine you would have any good reason to know it.
Someone ought to make sure Gelf ain't sending weird stuff to your brother?
Half brother.
That make any difference to you?
Well, yes and no. And don't misunderstand me. My qualm lies not on the amount of blood we share. My father made plenty of mistakes throughout his life, both before and after I was born. This is not my place to say what I think of them. But, oh, blast that man twice over! Helpar is a phantom of my father come alive.
Say what? They ain't got a single thing in common.
Nonsense! They were cut from the same cloth. From his quenchless obsession with looks, to the constant martial nonsense, to all the humiliations he subjected me to in order to toughen me up as a child. It would be comical if it weren't so cruel. Helpar doubled every flaw my father had, to make up for his own precarious situation. And still he continues to torture me. His banishment was lifted last year, but he refuses to return and steal this accursed title no matter how many times I plead.
It's disabled for now, Hannah, because I'm a bit sick of being forced into a bikini every stream. I give you the toys, and then you show me why I shouldn't give you the toys. So I've disabled it for the time being.
Even after I personally tried to convince him that a lordship means nothing to me, and he can keep it all for himself, he does nothing but whinge about how much he regrets this misfortune he cast upon me.
I need to continue filling my maid dress quota to live up to the name and not just become maid bikini, or Iggy Bikini, or whatever the hell. I'm Iggy Maid, okay? And whenever new people come in here, I'm usually just in a bloody bikini. So, for now, it is disabled. Burbif started pacing around as he rambled, swatting his good arm for no apparent reason.
Why can't he just hate me like he used to? I know it's my fault. I took everything away from him first.
It already is maid-themed somewhat, Lauren. It already is. Oh my... Look, it's got little bits of like black and white lace, like the maid dress does. Look at this. It's very maid-themed still. And that's all you're fucking seeing. Burbif's movements became increasingly more jittery, shaking and flailing quite violently. Signs of an outburst that Ada had learned to recognize from his time with Aina. Unlike her, however, Burbif was still able to turn to Ada with his arms firmly hidden under his shawl and whisper,
Class adjourned.
You didn't know I had a lower body? I have of course I've got a lower body. Look! I'm not going any higher than that. You're not seeing my feet. No, we're not doing that. That's only just going to activate half of chat for the wrong reasons.
Hey, translator. Is your name Ad or something?
Yep, that's me. Ad or something. It's Adderson, son of your father.
Get rotated? Why? Oh no. Okay, I'm not. I was about to. I was just winding up and parried.
That's you, all right. There's someone out there asking to see the deer that lives here.
There. Okay.
Huh? But I don't really live... Oh! Maybe it was Guelph being petty!
No, it wasn't the bard. I think it was a she. Anyway, not one of us, but definitely a gazelle.
Could have fooled me. She looked like a proper twit.
The guards wouldn't let any random girl through. Something smells rotten here.
Curious and terrified to find out who his visitor could be, Ada thanked them and headed toward the gate.
Sir Upperfield.
Oh. Bam it.
Bob... Yes, person I've never seen in my life?
Indeed. You've never seen me, you haven't seen me, and you'll never see me again.
Needless to say, my presence here poses a huge risk to my person, so I shall keep it brief. For the sake of your descendants, you'd best keep it anonymous. A decree the likes of which hasn't been seen in 100 years has been issued by the king. Every single Barhan and heirloom that walks the street unaccompanied by a deer is to be detained and taken to the dungeon.
Well, that's no good. Something stirred deep within Ada's mind. Whispers he could barely remember, struggling to form a whole memory.
Heirloomite Barhans are in danger, and I have reason to believe the entire kingdom will follow after. We are to be confined for the foreseeable future until this matter is resolved. However, even after all these centuries, the Temple of Hirub remains, legally, a Basaxaran embassy in foreign lands. To attack it unprovoked without a proper declaration of war would give the Western limits just the fuel they could need to start a war against Akasur.
But that'd mean pretty
Akafor.
much all of Dakna would get involved in this.
Sometimes they pronounce it differently, but I've always heard it Akafor. That's the first time someone's given it a more pronounced Z sound. Bamet nodded gravely. Unless both pronunciations are valid, I don't know.
I know it goes against the request I made the night we met, but would you speak with Sir Askadath once more?
Ada involuntarily cowered at the mere thought, but Bamet continued.
My master is one of the most powerful deer in all of Dakna at the moment. I've known him since he first arrived in the city, and I can tell that his heart is rarely in the right place. But it is malleable like few of his kind. He could still be persuaded to do the right thing.
But why me? He's just gonna murder me on the spot if he figures out who I am.
Sir Osgadath wears his pain on his sleeve. His life feels purposeless now that another lover has abandoned him, and his king makes impossible demands. I guarantee he'll be none the wiser in his misery to the joy he'll feel lying eyes upon your disguise, Sir Upperfield.
I don't know. This sounds an awful lot like a trap.
I find it difficult to believe your situation could turn much bleaker if it were. Let it be a trap. At least you'll have the mercy of a quick death.
Bamet bowed and made to leave.
You still going back?
I have complete and utter faith that everyone involved in this mess will be wiped off the face of Dakna. There may be a future for those that comply, however, so I kindly ask that you make your own choice and forget you ever saw me.
Hey, before you go, can you tell me if Gylf made it safe back to the palace?
Please, I turned him away at the door for his own good. Lord Osgadath never forgets a grudge.
Ada could only watch as Bamet scurried away into the back alleys.
Who was that?
No one important. Don't worry about it.
It was now Ada's time to run. Right, night of day 9. Do we just go to Gyoff now? Because I feel like we do. The only character icon. We do need to check up on him.
I'm gonna get stabbed 5 ways to second day.
Ada had spent a good long while thinking about what exactly he should wear as he foolishly made his inglorious re-entrance back in Slander. Knightly? Going to get stabbed. Casual poor? Going to get stabbed and reported to the authorities for a quantifiable sum. Those were, alas, his only 2 options. If nothing else, he had his trusty staff at hand to pretend he meant business. Not the greatest choice either, as the local wealth redistributors tended to take flagrant attempts at self-defense as quite the insult. Oh, this feels like a trap. Oh, it is. A honey trap, to be precise. A honey trap? But I don't have any. Don't worry your pretty little head about it and go see him already. Deary me. But for tonight at least, he'd made it safely. Ada was back in his old, empty house.
Gylf! You in there, Bard? Guess he's already go.
The dull end of a knife staggered past Ada. The buck managed to flatten himself defensively just in time.
Bard! What the hell are you doing?
Geoff blinked a couple of times and then rubbed the sleep out of his eyes.
Adder, it's just you. Don't think you can just drop by unannounced these days, you tactless flea bag. I thought someone was trying to get me.
Darn right I'm trying to get you. To come back, I mean. I thought you'd be out of the city by now. What are you doing here?
Well, I just couldn't leave without... Isn't it obvious? I'm trying not to get myself killed.
In slander?
Not that it makes much of a difference anymore, but at least I'm not surrounding myself with a death cult like you are.
I thought you wanted to help with your sister, too.
She's got enough help to last her a lifetime. Let me live the years that remain of mine in peace.
Alrighty then. I'll go find someone else to bother.
What? Just like that? You aren't even going to try and change my mind? I can't believe
God
you
damn
do
it,
this to me!
Geoff.
Discarded and sought after only as you see fit!
Why you gotta be so difficult, Geoff?
Geoff, I came here to try and convince you. You don't want to be convinced? I'm not gonna force you.
Of course! Now that you have all these nice underlings who kiss the ground you tread on, you're too good for little old me! Can't bear to spend 2 minutes around Geoff, son of a guy, when he is the one suffering!
Oh, he totally is a drama queen. Ada took a long, heavy sigh. He crouched down to meet Geoff's eye level, and then spoke.
It ain't that I can't. I choose not to. I don't gotta put up with you anymore.
What? How dare you? After I gave you a home and a job and...
You kicked me out of here. I got sacked just last week. And Batot knows the only thing you've ever given me for dinner is trouble, so don't even try to guilt me on that one. There, you got your 2 minutes. Talk to me when you've cooled your head enough to stop being a tailhole.
Hey, Bones. What's cooking?
Oh, Akka. Fancy seeing you here. Ada briefly set the world record in the category of vertical jump holding a pot.
Boss, what are you doing out here so early? We ain't precisely alone, you know.
Oh? Would you rather I met you somewhere more private, then? See how long I can hold back?
Humana, 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 humana. Eka craned her snout towards Ada's face and opened her jaw.
Things aren't looking up for your party, pup. My crew's informed me that the guard is on the move. An attack on the temple will be ordered soon.
How much time do we have?
4 days at most.
4 days. Was it day 9? So...
We're not supposed to help you directly.
Or is it day 10
Our
now?
mission could be compromised. But I'm not going to let you die like this. We'll help you clear a path out of the city.
What do you want in return?
Nothing. I won't say letting you all get massacred so we can have a feast doesn't sound appealing. But I wouldn't want all those lives to go to waste. Not without a few tons of salt or enough vinegar to drown you. Fresh meat spoils fast.
Ada felt a breath hitch inside his chest, suddenly reminded of the pot he was holding to the fire. Pickles. He was talking about them like pickles. He couldn't help but the disturbed chortle that burst from his throat.
Yeah, wouldn't want a good meal spoiled, would we?
Would she even bother to cook him first? Or would she be just as lazy as he was and strip his meat down to the bones, raw?
Oh, Bones, I'm not talking about you. You are meat, but I'm not one to play around with food. Not with food I like, anyway.
There's a ton of bad guys out there, you know.
I'm sure there are. We've had to downsize operations quite a bit, though, so we'll have to settle down for one bad guy. It's like, whatever, right? One landlubber less in the world. I'm sure the deer aren't even going to miss him. We've come this far just to eat one guy.
Wait, who are you going to eat? Eka dragged her claws down Ada's arm until she reached his hands. She was the first person ever to have come even close to being able to hold them.
But I'll make an exception just for you. Say their names. We won't even leave their blood behind.
Ada took a hand to the wound in his chest. He closed it and opened it over the nearly... There's so many words I don't know. Cicatrized? Hang on, I'm Googling a word real quick. With reference to a wound healed by scar formation. Huh. Cicatrize. Okay. Alright. He looked through the gaps in... Wait. Yeah. He closed it and opened it over the nearly cicatrized gash. He looked through the gaps in the columns, seeing the wires limiting access to the district. He cast his eye down on the people trying to go about their life on the patio.
No, I can't. That would make me as bad as they are.
Oh, Bones! Oh, that's so silly. Hey, this deer's murdered 20 deer. If I kill him, I'll be the one who's killed 21 deer instead. Oh, you really have the weirdest hang-ups sometimes. Well, that's what we're here for anyway. We'll take care of this, so you don't have to stress out your little ruminant head with made-up problems.
Eka patted the top of Ada's head and smiled one of her twisted, toothful smiles.
You know what? That's my mistake. I do need something in return. We can't really fight in the open, and you don't want to get your hands dirty, so I'm taking Aina back, just in case.
Back where? Don't take my wife.
Say what? No, you can't!
Are you going to stop me, Bones? That's what I thought. Be a good puppy now. I'll be back with my sister before you know it.
Ada watched Eka leave, horrified. He already knew the truth, but it somehow struck him now. He was at the mercy of the beasts. He was powerless against the guards. He didn't know how to confide in what few friends remained. He needed new allies. And what better ally than Burbif? Ask Burbif for help. Ada tiptoed into Burbif's workshop. He usually felt awkward by default standing there, surrounded by so much technology he could not even start to name. But now that he had a request with which he had put into words, he just felt extremely inadequate.
Hey, Bearbeth. So, I was wondering if, just an if, is there any way you could cook up a little of that science mumbo-jumbo to make it so that Jow and I could get Sip's soul out of here for a couple of hours?
No! If we are to disturb her, it will only be to bring her to her final resting place. The last thing we need is to risk exposing the soul to even more uncontrolled circumstances. What is it you seek to achieve with this experiment anyway?
That ain't what this is. Jow was telling me we need to take a break, but I just can't take being away from Sip these days. She thought maybe if I found a way to carry her with me, I wouldn't have got to worry about her being on her own. Just forget I asked.
Ada turned away, letting his staff fall a little harder than he meant to. It bounced ever so slightly over the marble, sending vibrations all the way from the bottom to the crook. The bells dangling from the curve shook violently, with a high-pitched cry. It was the first time they had made any noise since Ada took them, and the sound trailed far.
Those bells belong to her.
Huh? You could tell?
Of course! How could I ever forget that sound? Oh, how loud the bells rang as I fell towards the ground. It was as if I could sense her very anger imbued through every echo.
Burbif shut up all of a sudden. His eyes went wide in realization, and even his hair seemed to twirl alive on its own.
Yes, that could work. Why risk moving the entire soul when just a speck will do? A tiny fraction of her power, the smallest connection echoing her soul for others to hear. Oh, Ada, you are a genius. I'll get to work immediately.
You want to split up her soul? Burbif snatched the sleigh bells hanging from Ada's crook and made away with them.
Hey, I said no science without me! Burbif! Burbif! He's gonna go and do something weird again.
Yeah, no doubt. We either go to him immediately, or we see Yoff, who has come to the temple. Help around the temple, confirm Burbis' findings, try to change Elbar's mind. It's day 10. I'm going to do another save. I'm going to split up these saves as well, because I don't know how I'm doing. Ada would most certainly never become a world-famous blacksmith at this rate, but at least he always found his tasks riveting. I have enough of this from chat, and now you're doing it too? Ada was hammering away at a shield, hoping he could make something half useful for the volunteers in the lookout, when he heard the curtain on the doorway slide open. Geoff fidgeted with the hem of his shirt for a moment. He looked up at Ada, clearly pressed for words to say.
I wanted to apologize for the other night. You know I didn't mean any of it, right?
Huh. Unexpected.
Meaning it or not won't change what you said, Bard.
I know, but it's not me. I'm just overwhelmed. You know I'm trying my best with the mood swings. It's never been easy to begin with, but now... It's getting harder to find reasons to keep my temper down with you hurting me like that, Ada.
Say what? Hurt you? Me?
I know you don't mean to do so, but it gets to me. I see you being incompetent and taking bad decisions and wasting time and protecting me, and I feel it even now.
What kind of messed up logic is that? I'm doing my best to keep Sep safe. I can't keep my eye on you anymore.
You think I don't know that? That's not the part that worries me, buffoon! Look around you! You may think that you're doing good and being conscientious, living out your night fantasy. But we both know how these things end. You're just helping a bunch of ingrates run straight into their graves.
Starting to regret my choice. But, no. Fuck it, we ball.
Can you stop being a goddamn silent speciesist for all 10 seconds? I ain't doing shit here. The Barhans, they're getting all this done on their own. Because they want to. They believe in this. And I'm glad they do. Because God forbid someone believe in something in this city. I ain't trying anything, Bard. I didn't even want to help in the first place. I'm done trying to play the hero.
Ada's whole body seemed to sag as his eye drifted out the window.
Not before you kicked us out? We ought to have run back then and never looked back. Just like you said. But that ain't what happened. And I can't change the past. All I can do is my best to see Sep again so we can all get together.
Keep telling yourself that. Maybe you'll actually convince someone.
Geoff pushed his hat down. He turned his back to Ada before speaking one last time.
I'm out. And I mean it this time. If you want in, come find me in Slander. You have 2 days. Toodaloo.
Elbar's there now. Oh, God. Did leave Burbif hanging. The night grew old with each lonely step Ada took under the colonnade. Then he walked each step back over the exact same flagstones. Sometimes he'd whistle, just to let it be known he was walking nearby. He was thankful that the dark wasn't part of the long list of things he was scared of, even knowing fully well what might wait inside. Minds are weird like that.
Ada, Ada, Ada! Oh, my friend! You are not going to believe what I discovered. My instincts were exactly right. I found traces of Godstone within these bells.
Godstone?
Oh, I actually know what that is! They got hard as all hay to find crystal magic in them, right?
Indeed. A Tharthagon must have made these. Eternally tuned to perfection, swinging to the motion of the Hatsa itself. Said another way, they were indeed echoing the Gisif's emotions. This is a minimal part of her soul you are holding.
Huh. Ada looked down at the bells. He understood the entire explanation for once, but it only left him with more questions.
why would anyone go to such lengths to make something like this?
I doubt we could ever know unless their creator was around to tell us, but given the nature of the instrument and the quality of its sound, I believe that someone spent quite some time trying to help soothe her turmoil, far earlier than us.
Ada curled his fingers into his palm, feeling the cold bite of the metal in his hands. Somewhere, somehow, someone, at some point, had tried. Not enough, but they had wanted her to feel better, to see herself reflected somewhere else, or perhaps to let others know how she felt deep down. Ada tied the bells back to the crook of his staff, enjoying his newfound company. Perhaps in the future, Sepp wouldn't need such tools anymore.
Is that the reason why you have them?
Oh, that came out of nowhere. How did you even know?
You think me too naive. How could I fail to notice those bells that never ring? When you won't stop hitting me with the king they're tied to!
I'm sorry. I can't spoil this for you, yet. But no, that's not the reason why I have them now.
Day 11. There is nobody for once. Okay. I guess I don't have a choice. Well, I do have a choice, rather than not having one. Temple? Oh god, I've not really done many speeches, have I? Today Ada found himself extending one hand toward the wall and one against the ground, while Wazdrep took some measurements. Makeshift support beam wasn't his first career choice, but he was flexible enough. And now Burbif is back. As a thank you for a prompt and painful delivery of a whole barrel of water upstairs, Meswin let Ada take a little glimpse at the newly filled pantry. Pepper, garlic, onions, the stale potatoes they already had. Ada breathed in all the fragrances mixing in the pantry, letting the smell transport him to a simpler time, one where he thought he knew hunger, just to be proved wholly wrong. Mu had truly made privileged use of his connections to get the best value out of the money Burbif had ceded to the cause, and then brought some more just to boast he could. Meswin sighed, knowing fully well the cost of all these blessings. Ada didn't have it in him to complain. A deep blue sky stretched over the temple, one of the last few for the year. Once the clouds settled in at the start of bleak night, there would only be grey watching over the city for moons to come. Under such lovely weather, the last person Ada would expect to find on the patio was most definitely Burbif. He immediately jumped to his feet upon seeing the roe deer.
Ada, I am so incredibly sorry for how I forced you to witness one of my fits. Please, hit me at once should I act in such a manner again. I understand that such behavior must not be encouraged.
Hold up. What? I'm not going to hit you, full stop!
It's all right, my friend. I understand that physical punishment is a necessary tool on my way to self-improvement.
No, that is a very unhealthy way of thinking.
No, hitting you is a last resource kind of... Look, it's my
Last
fault,
resource.
okay? I shoved my foot in my mouth and didn't realize I was asking you something so personal.
Personal? Well, I suppose it was, in a manner of speaking. But it's not like I would gain anything from keeping this information from you. To tell you the truth, I don't understand what shook me so. That is precisely what frightens me.
You don't gotta answer if you don't wanna, okay? But if you do, you think it might have something to do with that whole "it's my fault" spiel?
I didn't even realize I lamented such thoughts out loud. I'm not usually quite so distressed about it, but I suppose the emotion behind my outburst was not entirely untrue.
Burbif cleared his throat. He turned to Ada with a conflicted look, in the manner of someone who has been guilty of over-explaining 1,000,000 times and been scolded for it 1,000,001.
Elbar was the firstborn of House Askadath. In any other circumstances, the lordship would have gone to him. But he was born out of wedlock, to a servant. He would be forced to live as my second, no matter what life had in store for us. And this was still a kindness. Knowing this from the start, we were raised together in the castle. Elbar was my aide in all matters, as he wasn't much older than me. I was told he was excited to have a brother at first, but as we grew, this companionship became fraught with resentment. The childish pranks he would play on me turned crueler over the years. The jokes only he found funny soon became justifications. He eventually wouldn't have the decency to recognize he hated me anymore. It was all done for my sake. The situation only got worse after my right of age, and the confirmation that I would indeed inherit my father's title. Helbar insisted on sparring day and night and day, claiming that I was unfit to become even the lowliest of squires as I was. I believed much the same back then, so I persevered through the bruises and the pain. I took hit after hit with all the dignity someone like me could muster. Until the day when his blunt sword fell on my face and ripped out my antlers in one blow.
Oh. Ada couldn't help wincing at the image.
So that's how it happened.
Yes, Elbar didn't do it on purpose, but he hurt me all the same. This injury left me unable to use my right arm and severed my horns. But I cannot blame him for this. It was discovered that my antlers hadn't been properly affixed to my skull in the process of ossification. I can hardly recount the days that followed so many years after the fact. But I know I did not spare a single thought for Elbar when I was informed that he would be sent away. Even though I understood it truly wasn't his fault, I did not say a word.
It was his fault, though!
No. Though I resent him for taking out his frustrations on me, I understand now he was merely another victim. I knew my father as a strict and distant man, but I can hardly believe Elbar still finds it within himself to consider us family, after all he put his elders through.
Ada shuffled uncomfortably, but he was wise enough not to comment. Burbif didn't pay this strange reaction any mind.
My father became quite attentive and affectionate to me for a while after the incident. He spent days praying to Bite-Tact by my bedside so that my antlers would sprout again, like a fawn's in flower scents. Alas, as you can imagine, that never happened. His affection went like it came, and with Elbar banished, he decided to blame me for letting such a dishonorable thing happen. He would scream, lash out, and stalk every corner of the palace to let his wickedness out on his subjects. At last, when the rage passed and only consequence remained, in the empty days that hung over his head until his punishment arrived, it was his time to mourn. Mourn a living man. I suppose, in a way, he had a point. I am no longer the boy either of them knew. But while, to the men of my family, I lost something irretrievable that day, that is not how I felt. Secluded to my room with books to last me moons. The day I was separated from my horns was the day I started living. Not as Thumar's son, not as the heir of Askadath, but as me. A deer that enjoyed locking himself in his little corner, reading tales and learning about all sorts of matters. That was the day I stopped pretending. And I might have entirely forgotten how to do so. Interacting with every other ruminant became a near insurmountable mountain since. The older I grow, the more I feel like a fawn stuck in a world where all the adults speak a secret language which nobody ever cared to teach me, and I feel like I'm doomed to fail on my own.
Burbif's fur bristled up defensively when he felt Ada's hand on his shoulder. The young lord adjusted his glasses and looked up, only to find Ada's eye tearing over him.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I hit you. I didn't know. I understand.
You have nothing to apologize for. You hit me because I forced you to, did you not? You must have felt like you had no other options.
No! That don't matter. Even if it was true, you wouldn't have listened any other way. That ain't the person I want to be. I don't want you to live thinking you deserve to be punished every day of your life. I'll be patient teaching you, just like you've been with me, okay? I promise I'll do my best to teach you, so you never gotta fear you'll be hit again.
What better quality could a man wish for than compassion, Ada? Empathy! Our greatest wisdom is realizing all that remains to be learned yet. I'll get it right one day, and put my grain of sand towards making this world a better one.
Burbif pumped a fist in the air, then he went very, very quiet. It was clear he was trying not to make any comment about golems. Day 11. We were told we had like a couple days left. Or was it 3 days? At this point. Ah! I don't like Elbar. It's 4 days at the 9th. So it's 2 left. I am making so many
Valerie,
separate saves here.
water.
Oh,
Stop
throwables are
slouching.
broken. Do that while I drink. No, I got 2 days left. I'm going with Xiao. Deep inside the silence, far removed from every late-night conversation, echoing somewhere outside the walls, Ada couldn't help but let his mind wander. It seemed, alas, that it always ended up taking the same path. His mind went over his entire life, beat by beat, looking for every single what if he could wring out of it for sport. Head pats, distracting. What if he had managed to convince the labourer's daughter to marry him? Then he would not have been single, so he would not have been conscripted. He would never have gone to the fort. He would never have been assigned watchman duties. He would have never... Ada let the fort brew just a little longer before immediately pulling it away from the fire. This was not the moment or the place to open up his little box of forts.
All right, that's it for our task today. We got the bells, everyone's been asked to double security, and they all told me to tell you that you deserve a break. What's the plan then?
I'm not sure. I never really thought much of heirloom beyond the Temple of Hirub. I wouldn't want to go too far, so what's there to see in the area?
Well, there's a whole bunch of temples here in Pilgrim Hill if you'd like to see more of those. Or we could check out the Great Garden. It's a real green spot just south of the market. Eelgrab kept selling me on it, but I never had the time to go.
So then I realized I could solve everything by seducing everyone.
I'm not sure it'd be wise to walk into any public spaces.
Oh, yeah. Guess that kind of puts a damper on the trip now, huh?
Oh, does that mean I'm too late for this scene?
I think I know a good spot. How would you like to see one of Sep's favorite places in Heirloom instead?
Zhao's eyes lit up immediately. Ada didn't need any further confirmation to start walking.
Ta-da! Welcome to whatever this beach is called. It's just so you know, the smell is perfectly normal and the water is perfectly clean. Very deep, though. We shouldn't go in. Yep.
The lack of response made Ada turn, half thinking that Zhao would have fainted from excitement at the prospect of walking into a holy place or something. Instead, Zhao's expression could best be described as pure apprehension.
Sorry, I am. You didn't mention we were going to the sea?
That's right. I'm sorry. But I didn't take you here to go for a swim or anything like that. I just wanted to brag about the view of the palace. We can go anywhere else. That's all right.
Zhao took a tentative step towards the edge of the sand.
No. I have been avoiding the sea for so long, but it's something I need to face. My past will keep haunting me otherwise. This is a sign from Baitatsu that you are the person to share it with.
Even when she finally managed to sit down, Zhao couldn't help the way her knees bunched up against her chest, or the shiver running down her spine when a light breeze blew in their direction.
The last time I ever dared to step close to Alar, it must have been a couple of years ago, when I still served the gods.
Ada sat down next to her. He nodded at her to continue.
It was the eve of some small festival or another, so the day had been exhausting, and the night was restless in preparation. The girl I liked had smiled at me too. What a busy night it was. I thought I'd take a walk on the beach to calm my mind. I was going about my way, watching the stars shine above me, when I heard someone speak Basected, a version that sounded nothing like my own. I got closer, in case a foreign merchant had found themselves stuck in the ice and needed help. That's when I saw them. Strange silhouettes hiding in the ice, washing out on the beach. And I knew them to be ships, even though I had never seen anything like them before. Just like I knew the people speaking to be creatures of the West.
You're saying you saw B?
Zhao immediately threw her hands over Ada's mouth.
Do not say that word! I'm sorry. I've always known words to travel farther than we meant to. Don't insult them. I do not want to draw their attention.
Ada nodded, seriously.
I ran back to my cot, and I hid. The sleepless night turned into day. The tasks continued just as they were before. Nobody ever knew what I had seen, nor why I wouldn't accompany them again on their walks out of the temple.
Zhao tried to blink away the tears forming on the corner of her eyes.
That's funny. It occurs to me now that perhaps the seeress was showing me kindness by exiling me. She saw that I had grown fearful of the world outside and decided to send me away so that I may face it properly and rethink my life.
Zhao sniffed hard, but there was no helping the wetness running down her face.
Shh, don't cry. It's all right.
Yes, it really is all right, isn't it? I do not know if I truly saw the creatures that night or not, and I do not know if I deserve the punishment I received, or even if it was a punishment at all. But I am me, and I can be all right. I will be all right, no matter what!
She turned to Ada, smiling behind the tears.
You'll help me make it all right, yes?
I'll be there with you as long as you'll have me, ma'am.
Zhao giggled a little, happy to hear this promise. Ada's heart only grew heavier with secrets. Oh, and I am once again left without any faces to click on. And we did this last time that happened, so let's do more speech. With each casual conversation he translated, Ada came to appreciate more and more how honest as a person Zhao was. The times where she thought one thing and had Ada say another were few and far between, and they always seemed to happen around women. He knew that feeling well. Okay, Burbith or Zhao? Burbith or Zhao? I feel like I doubled down on Burbith not that long ago. Let's go Zhao. Ada would most certainly never become a world-famous blacksmith at this... Oh, not the riveting joke again.
Hey, Zhao, come here for a sec.
Zhao stood in front of Ada, confused. He motioned her a little closer yet. Once she was close enough, he put a blue fabric around her shoulders, and then loosely pulled at the edges so they'd fall over her chest.
Are we having another makeover?
No. See, this is my cape. Well, it ain't no cape. It's a banner with a few stitches, really, but it's my good luck charm. It used to be, anyway. When I wore it, I always felt like I could do anything. Like I could smile no matter what. You see, sometimes you gotta become a different person to deal with all the stuff that goes sideways in the world. If you just come at it as you ain't ever gonna be able to stop thinking you ain't good enough.
Zhao observed in silence, getting the clear impression that Ada needed a moment.
I met this old man a few years ago. A buck that hated his job, even more than I did. He hated giving orders and acting like he knew better than the rest when he'd made so many wrong choices in his life. He feared dragging others down with him. This old man was always afraid, yeah? But when he put on his cape and walked into a courtyard, he wasn't an old man anymore. He was Mr. Captain, and Mr. Captain always got a plan, and Mr. Captain loved his job, and Mr. Captain knew no fear. We always looked up to Mr. Captain, and he wasn't half as kind, wise, and pretty as Miss Priestess is.
Zhao stood agape for a moment. A moment later, she almost headbutted Ada in the face with her huge horns as she leapt into his arms, face hidden in his chest so as to not let him see her cry. But everyone at some point has gotten to just bury their face in Ada's fluffy chest. Can't say I'm not a little jealous. She couldn't do anything to disguise the weird chuckles she kept sobbing out.
Did you have Dad, pretty?
Hey, someone ought to tell you every so often.
You know I only like women, yes?
Whoa! What? I never got the impression.
Zhao laughed into Ada's chest. The sight of it made up for the terrible pain the gesture caused. They continued holding each other like that for a couple of minutes. Once she had calmed down a little more, Zhao pulled away with a runny nose and a shaky smile.
Thank you. You almost didn't make it weird.
Almost. She removed the cape from her neck and gently pushed it back into Ada's hands.
I can't accept this, however. It's a beautiful thought, but it means more to you than it will ever mean to me.
You can always refer to the VOD later, Bird.
Guess I'll have to find someone else to force this whole thing on then, because I don't think this buck here is gonna feel like smiling anytime soon.
What about Ada?
The yellow deer let out a chuckle, despite himself. He spun the shepherd's crook within his hands, leaned back into the wall, and tilted the curve of the staff toward his forehead.
Ada may need to, yeah.
Zhao stood on the tip of her hooves to place the cape back on top of Ada's shoulders. She pulled at the ends to tie it into a ribbon and said,
I will find my own confidence, or lacking that, a charm that may lend me the strength to stand up on my own 2 feet. And when that time comes, I pray we shall walk side by side for a long time, Sir Ada said.
Ada made a very awkward curtsy with his cape, which Zhao imitated as well. They both laughed heartily at the gesture.
I can't wait for you to meet Seb. She's gonna love you.
I'll do my best to make it so.
Nah, you ain't even gotta try. You're a natural like that.
I wish I could say that Zhao never overworked herself again, or that Ada never hid another secret after that day, but that was, of course, not the case. All they could do was take baby steps toward the new lives waiting for them. Oh god, now I have to go with Elbar, don't I? Alright, I guess I've left you hanging long enough. A soft knock on an exquisitely crafted door. It went, of course, unanswered, so the knocker insisted again.
Sir Osgadath, I brought a man who wishes to speak with you.
Turn him away. I am much too preoccupied tonight.
Very well. I shall let Sir Upperfield know that this is not a good time.
Muffled steps hurrying up and forward. Elbar nearly fell on his face as he desperately yanked the door open.
Sir Upperfield, is it really you? Were you not a figment of my intoxicated imagination?
Nay, friend. And to suggest otherwise is real darn unkind of you.
Please, please, come in. Have a seat. I'll open a... Damn it! Open a cask of my finest wine. This is a night for celebration.
I would assume he's no longer hopped up on painkillers, so I feel like he's going to see through the disguise, right? At this point, or is he just pretending not to? Ada didn't really have any space to argue. He sat down in Elbar's grand hall and enjoyed a few sips of the wine Sepp so loved to hate.
Friend, my friend. We have so much to catch up on. So many battles to share tonight. Please, tell me more about yourself.
The minutes soon turned to hours under the subtle sweetness of the drink, accompanied by Ada's talent for inventing such riveting nonsense that his helmet didn't look out of place. Fire burned in the chimney, like a rhyme insisting that Ada tell another tale. He delighted the room with old stories and new ones I'd never get to hear myself. So spectacular was the performance that night that Sir Ascadath did not speak until the timber had burned down to coals.
Tell me, Sir Upperfield, have you ever pretended to be someone else?
Ada choked on his drink. Perhaps it wasn't so great after all. Well, I've been made on to plan B. Seduction via fluffy chest. Pointy.
You see, my friend, I am an actor. A phenomenal one at that. I will carry my role to its end, bitter as it may be. I will find that part of me that connects with the description. I will do my part, and I will make the imaginary feel more real than life. Acting is my religion, you could say. It has saved me on more than one occasion. For you see, when I act, I lend my body to a soul that isn't my own. Such unthinkable volumes I hold within myself, the versions of me that could be.
Elbar let his cape fly and then hid within it again, as if trying to invoke the image of an old man instead.
Personally, I love playing a good villain, peasantly as they may be. A villain never fears, never hesitates. They need not wonder about their purpose in this world. They are the ultimate form of freedom, true to themselves until the moment they are struck down. But the villains in some scripts, however, they do not soothe my heart. No, I cannot get them away from me. They hide in my mind long after the play and whisper horrors that I cannot bear to think.
My pronouns are any you can come up with. Within reason. I kind of hoard pronouns. I collect them. I steal them from chat members at times when I think they're not looking.
I've found some roles demand fiction that doesn't feel as such. They're too unspeakably evil for me, and yet, who am I to question the scriptwriter in his story? It is my duty to explore the depths of another man's psyche, dark as they may be.
Oh my gosh, the lot of you. Heck, I think I missed some narration. Yeah, Elbar's posture within the cape changed yet again. This time he seemed to be sheltering himself in it. Okay.
What kind of actor would I be otherwise?
May have some biases. Oh, Greb actually prefers it's. I can actually give you a solid answer on that one.
I don't know nothing about acting, but I think it can't be worth it if it hurts you as a person.
Get. Jeez. Elbar stared ahead, solemnly, for a moment.
Worth, hurt. It seems you draw limits that I cannot find for myself.
Hey, Val, take a break.
Oh,
some water.
To be as self-serving as you.
Stop slouching.
Then he set his cup down.
The code of chivalry states that there is no greater honor than to serve the king. The code of armies, that there is no greater honor than to serve the kingdom. And the code of courtly love, that there is no greater honor than to serve your heart. But which word should I heed when they quarrel against each other? When I cannot reconcile the role with the self? Which motivation suits me best?
I wouldn't know. I've never acted once in my life.
Of course.
Don't try to deceive me twice, Sir Upperfield. I know an actor when I see one.
Never on a stage.
But surely you understand. Duty, honor, family, name. What boring trite compels us to keep ourselves in the place we deserve? We are bound to our station since the day we are born, and yet I feel like I have only recently lost the light of my life. In a way I can't even describe. It all seemed so easy just a few days ago. My path was so clear, and the steps ahead so obvious. Safely within my grasp. Perhaps it is indeed the gazelle's fault for muddying my direction.
No.
No?
No.
Elbar waited, expectant. No follow-up to that thought ever arrived.
No, it's not their fault. No, I've never had such a clear path. No what?
No. You're just trying to convince yourself you're right.
Elbar's chin furrowed under his lip. He exhaled slowly through his nose, suddenly cross with a revelation.
You support those gazelles, don't you?
I do. I'll be by their side supporting anything they do.
Then I'm afraid this conversation ends here. It's time to put an end to this indiscretion.
Elbar made a short dismissive motion with his right hand. Bamet immediately presented himself into the room, ready to escort Ada out.
I suppose that is the end of that. Alas.
They walked somberly towards the gates, their heads hung down in defeat. The door to Elbar's office flew open one last time.
What folly led us to be enemies, Sir Upperfield? In another life, I would have been your greatest friend.
No, I don't think I could be friends with someone who's willing to wash his hands in the blood of others to hide the smell of his own crud anymore.
I pray we won't have to cross swords, at least.
Ada walked out of the palace, determined not to look back. That was the end of that. You Ada attempting to gurgle out the contents of his brain in a cup of salted tea.
Looks like you had a fun night.
Did have a fair bit of wine then.
Say what? Fun? I ain't never had fun once in my life. No, I had a boring night if there's ever been one. Yep.
I couldn't find you around the temple.
Oh, I'm just great at hiding. Not that I was hiding. I was just Hey, is that my boss over there?
Where?
By the time Zhao realized she'd been tricked, Ada had vanished from the floor.
Ada, do you have a moment? I'm sorry. I have not expressed myself correctly. Run again. I'm sure it will be fun.
Ada immediately glued his butt down to a chair.
I've tried to be understanding. I realize that we're both under a lot of pressure and, you're probably tired of dealing with me all day long. You've been avoiding me lately. You disappear without saying so much as a word. I can't help but worry. Whatever it is that troubles you, you know you can turn to me for help, yes? We are supposed to be a team.
I don't even know how to look you in the face right now. I've been trying, I swear. I wanted to fix everything so you didn't have to deal with even more stuff, but I couldn't do anything.
What were you trying to do? Maybe
I'm sorry. I really can't tell you. If I told you, I'd get you killed. And if I don't tell you, I'm just here on my own making things worse. That's worse than being useless. I just want to find a way to protect y'all.
Ada, look at me. We've been over this. You don't have to protect anyone. I am not defenseless, and the three know the congregation would be more than capable of dealing with any trouble 10 times over in the time it'd take us to say, what can I do to help? You don't have to prove yourself to me in any way. I trust you. And if anyone else doubts your skill, that's their problem, not yours. I got your back, as you say. So find a way to trust me too. The way you swear you do.
We need to get the hay out of here. Don't ask me how I know, but there's something real bad coming. A lot of different things, really. But the city is going to dump an actual goddamn army on us in just a couple of days. There's going to be a massacre if we don't find a way out.
I see. I don't think there's a future for us here either. But I can already imagine Ito's response to that. I know his type. He won't back down without a fight, and I'm sure he'll push that view on everyone, regardless of what their own plans are. There is no telling what could happen if we push for a retreat with him in command of such a fierce band of warriors. To run is a sign of weakness, and I'm well aware that I'm only a nominal leader because he allows me to be. Any respect he has for me will only take us so far. But I believe there is someone not even he would dare argue against. Even if it was only an excuse to some of them in the end, the congregation first came together expecting the return of the Jasif. If she were to appear, they would have no grounds to dispute any of her orders. Her authority remains absolute.
Right. We need to focus on bringing Seth back no matter what it takes. If it comes down to it, I'll give Barrett the go-ahead with the experiment. Even if that failed, Aiden will be back before we know it to put Etor in its place.
Experiment.
Wait, Ana's left?
Yeah.
She kinda got kidnapped, but I'm sure it'll be fine. She'll return, and then Yoff will have to say we were right after all. We'll make do somehow, and then we'll all get together to brighter shores.
We have a mission, and we'll see it through together. The sun still shines.
Man, I wish my crew was this devoted to me. You almost brought a tear to my eye there.
Akka?
Boss? Where are you?
Giant lady?
Oh, she says what's on chat's mind. Oh, giant lady. Oh my god.
You know, it's not very nice to fetishize others' height. It leads to complexes and such.
I'm so sorry. I didn't even consider that I could ever be talking to you. Not that it's okay to call you that behind your back. I'd love to talk more about you. To your face. That is, I would love to talk more about, you?
Good job, Zhao. You're doing great.
Don't worry about it. Really. Stressed out meat doesn't taste very good.
Yes, taste. A good taste. You should tell me all about taste over dinner. Do you believe in fate?
Oh my gosh, Zhao.
Okay, that's enough goofing around today. Go tell Bearbit the plan.
What? Ada! You can't do this to me! I thought we were friends!
Sorry about that whole thing.
Oh.
I'm used to it. Never heard it from someone I could eat in one bite, though. Oh, yeah, that's what I came for. Bones, is your red friend still dead?
Yeah?
Oh, that's not good.
Ekka's sudden emotional development could harbor nothing but bad news. She walked out of the kitchen, only to return a moment later carrying a small, pale, motionless body in her arms.
Well, we can add my sister to the list then. She died on us again, and I was hoping he could fix her.
Died? But what do you mean?
Deceased, expired, departed, gone, kaput. She's not waking up no matter what we do. Just like when we had to knock her out to bring her on board. I swear, it's like she's not even trying.
Ada's eye opened twice the size it should be.
What did you do to her?
Whatever. If he's not around to fix it, he's not around to fix it. We'll just have to ask my father instead.
Hey! Hey, come back here! I'm asking you!
Hey, Dad?
Be gone, beast. I am not your father.
Don't be like that. It's me, Tessica.
I should flay your skin and fashion your coat into a rug for your insolence, imposter! My Ekka is long gone.
Ada, please, do not take me away from my future wife. Wait, what? I mean what I mean, and I promise to wife you, pretty giant lady. God damn it.
Well, Ekka is right here, whether you like it or not. And she's here to tell you that Aina died on us last night.
Ekka carefully dropped Aina's body on the floor, where it collapsed into a boneless pile. Pertok stroked his mustache, trying to hide the subtle change in his expression.
Such is her fate. A waning moon cannot sustain for long. Emotions fade, and soon, so does motion. The sun is gone, and I cannot shine for her.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not here for cryptic ramblings. Can you fix her or not?
No, I don't have the strength to wake her up anymore.
What are you saying? Come on, patron. This
not
this
gone,
ain't no
is
time
she?
to joke. There's gotta be a way to bring her back again, yeah? Maybe she could bite you, or...
I'm powerless, son of Gerfath, just like you. I am a setting sun on the brink of dusk, and I can't keep lifting an entire era on my shoulders. Aina is a relic, a piece of history that should never have become present. Let her fade into the past where she belongs.
I mean, I'd rather not.
No. Come on now. He ain't just said he's gonna let her die, right, boss? I must have got that wrong.
Ada turned his face briskly to Ekka, then back to Pertok. Ow. Thank you, bird.
This Aina is no more. She has ceased to be. She's expired and gone to meet her maker. This is a late wolf. It's a stiff, bereft of life. It rests in peace. If you hadn't nailed it to the perch, it would be pushing up the daisies. It's rung down the curtain and joined the choir invisible. This is an ex-Aina.
You really had to do the whole Monty Python bit, didn't you? I like this character, okay? Don't make me come over there. Ada turned his face briskly to Eka, then back to Pertok, unable to stop his quivering jaw.
You only ever came to meet Aina because the arrogance of my youth willed it so. I brought misery upon the world on a golden leash.
But she's your...
I made her as she wished to be remade, and kept her away from the sun because I dreaded my own guilt. It shall all be taken away from me once more. The age of gods and kings must come to an end. Now, let us rest in peace.
It happened in a blink. Ada let out some kind of growl, and before Eka knew it, he'd snatched Aina from her arms and started running.
Ada, what's going on? Where are you going?
Ada shook from head to foot. The words hitched in his throat, turned to sob.
I'm sorry.
That was the fastest he'd ever broken a promise in his life. And so he ran.
Aina, come on! You can't leave me too! Wake up! Wake up! Please! I need you.
You know she's been gone for a while now, right? She's just not moving anymore.
She brought her back. Seb will bring her back again. We have to bring her back.
I'm sorry, I've lost count. How many people are you trying to resurrect now?
Just one! One! Seb will fix everything when she's back!
Oh, that sounds healthy. That reminds me, how did she die again?
Ada could only stare at Eka, frozen. How did she die? Whose fault was it? That was the question, wasn't it? She knew the answer. She knew. Everyone knew. Without another word, Ada put Aina's body down and stood up. He put one wobbly foot after another, turned away from the sisters. Eka stalked behind him.
So, that's it? This is how you give up?
Yeah, I quit. I'm going far, far away where I can't mess up anyone's life again.
Huh, that's interesting. I thought you'd be all for wanting to find a way to permanently fix Aina.
You know what I want? You really want to hear? I want to stop pretending I'm not a piece of shit. I'm not as sod and stupid as y'all make me be, all right? I was smart enough to deceive you. All of you. That's what I do. I get people killed and then I turn tail. That's on y'all for buying into it.
Damn, you must be an incredible liar to have tricked so many people into liking you.
I am. It was so easy, too. This guy just had to play a little silly and be all helpful and nice, and suddenly he wasn't a criminal on the run anymore. He was Anderson's son to get fired of the upper field.
Really? I only knew him as Bones.
Yeah, well, you're an asshole.
Oof. Eka chortled out a huge laugh. It wasn't mean or terrifying. It held no malice whatsoever. She was truly just enjoying herself at the jab.
For real? Your sister's dead and you're just laughing your ass off. What is wrong with all of you? You're just like Aina. Is that a beast thing? Are you all like this?
Do you want to hear a secret, pup?
Every last fang in Eka's grin shone with a wry glint. Before Ada had a chance to reply, she spoke.
My father doesn't know what Aina is any more than you or I do.
Say, what?
You've played right into his hand, puppy. He wanted us both to run away and leave him and Aina alone, so he could do his mind tricks and turn things back to how they used to be. He's been doing it since the day he found us. He cursed Aina.
What?
What? What? I'm gonna kill that bastard!
Pipe down, puppy. Whatever they were, I'm sure he had his reasons to do so. He would have let Aina die much sooner if he didn't have some kind of plan. I have a feeling that the question is not, will Aina wake up again? But what will happen then? We wouldn't have even known she existed if not for the bear man, Bones. That's the actual reason I came here. I'm not planning to sit by and let things continue the way they've been for 40 more cycles. We found a way to set Aina free. and we're going to bring her back with us. It's true that she's been a stranger in the world since the day she was born, or made, or whatever she was. It's true that she will never find others like her. But we are her people. We don't just love her, we worship her. She will never lack a friend again.
So even if, when she comes back, you're just gonna take her from me all the same?
You'll have your memories of her. I think that's more than you've ever had.
Akka walked back towards their little cave. She carefully cradled Aina within her long, slender arms and set her against her chest.
I'm going to hold on to her a little longer. What's your plan?
Head back or find Gioff? He's a prick, but he's still my friend. It wouldn't be completely correct to say Ada arrived at the empty room, no. As far as he was concerned, he had manifested in the three-walled brick house at some point and had been screaming ever since. A barrage of ideas crossed his mind, following each other like a battering ram striking at his temples.
But,
of course, guilt always made a fine companion on nights like this where he sat alone in the dark. Our distressed protagonist smashed his antlers against the ground where his bed had once been, trying to drown the imaginary sound of his surging thoughts.
you still got time to get. Nobody gotta know you came here.
That's where he was wrong, however. The astringent smell of cheap liquor that could barely count as such started seeping into the room, followed by a slow thumping noise and the buzz of poorly tuned strings about to snap. An oud wasn't generally the kind of item one would use as a crutch, but Gioff had stopped caring about chores such as correct maintenance of musical instruments long prior. A colourful succession of insults coming from the surrounding shanty indicated that it may not be wise to scream a second time.
Sheesh! Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Is that your plan, to keep me by your side? Away with you, foul creature! I told you I'm leaving!
I know! Think I want to be here? I don't know why I came. I tried to go back, but my heart beats super fast and my hands are numb and I can't think and I'm dying.
Yes, I'm happy to see you too. So, is it the free advice of a friendly bard you seek on this lonely moonlit eve? Oh, fine, just this once, for old time's sake. You are still adorable, deep down. If the question of what you want so stumps you, then let's turn that thought on its head. What is it you absolutely do not want?
I don't want you to get.
Did you think I give a damn about your opinion?
No! I know I can't change it! I know there ain't nothing I can do for any of you!
Ada sank his head between his shoulders as he said this, feeling a surge of rage that had honestly little to do with Gioff or with any of the people yelling threats and insults back at him. Gioff plopped down on the sack filled with straw that had once been Ada's bed. He stretched his arms as far up as he could.
So you say. And yet here you are.
Gioff wiggled his head, struggling to turn towards Ada without slamming the brim of his hat against his nose. Once the garment stopped blocking his view, he took his sweet time to examine Ada's face. The younger deer was staring at him with glassy eyes, hoping to get some guidance. Gioff sighed like he wanted to empty his lungs.
All right, listen up, lad. It's time for Uncle Gioff's life lessons for lost fawns.
I ain't no...
My genius is at work. Yes, I have it. You have a problem. A handful, I'd say, really, but it's not just me leaving. It's a bigger concept. And it's been eating you up your whole life, hasn't it? The self-doubt, the fear of rejection. Oh, how you dread breaking the rules. You keep thinking of all the people you're going to disappoint with every choice you make. You just try to please everyone, but no one ever gives you a medal just for trying.
A few instants passed in silence. Ada shook his head insecurely, unsure of whether Gyoff really meant that. Even in the rare, truly honest moments they'd shared over the last year, Gyoff's face always had a mocking edge. Never too comforting, never too cruel, and yet this time Ada could tell that Gyoff was trying to be compassionate through his drunken haze.
I don't need a reward, Bard. I don't need nothing. All I ever wanted was to make them all proud. But it's always the same. New friends to disappoint. More folk I won't ever dare to look in the eye again.
Ada took a hand to his eye patch. Though the wound it hid no longer hurt, the scar... Oh, the scar was a nasty reminder. There was a memory that never healed, right there, on the left side of his face.
Ugh, you sound just like my mother. Family is family. And family sucks. But they'll always be family? Why did you have to bring up family? I didn't want to think about them now! Ah!
The conversation took a turn for the gloomy, but Ada had long learned that this was just the norm whenever Gyoff opened up. Mr. Bard could only sing for so long.
Look, Ada, I don't know what you've gone through, and I don't give a crap. Honest to by Todd, keep that stuff to yourself. But I know a thing or two about trying your damnedest at something and getting punched in the gut at every chance.
Do you? I ain't never seen you fight one day.
No, you fool! I mean, I tried. I too did all I could for the people I loved, poured my soul to honor my name. And you see all the good it did? See what's become of me now? At least, I found that once you stop caring about your mistakes, so does everyone else.
But I can't just do that. I don't want people to stop caring about me.
And you really think anyone's ever cared?
Words, powerful as they are, require a certain skill that Ada had never possessed, so he didn't say a thing. He just looked at Gyoff until the bard could no longer hold his gaze.
I'm sorry, lad. You know I didn't mean that either.
It's okay. You got it right this time. Who could care about a buck like me? That's like the whole reason I want to be a knight, wasn't it? Sir Adderson of the Upper Field. Knight of the Order of the Lost Causes.
Gyoff jumped out of his bed the very moment Ada's shoulders began slumping.
Hey, no, don't say that. Adder, look at you. You're a great boy. Huge. The cream of the crop of friends. I may doubt your skills, but bring oblivion upon my soul if I doubt your resolve for a moment. Don't look away now. See this? I'm the bad example, okay? Whatever I did, do the opposite. Don't take life lessons from a piss-poor excuse for a bard that gave up too soon on his own dreams.
Outbursts of sincerity weren't precisely common in Ada's only friend, so the book stared in awe. Gyoff was clearly put off as well, seeing as he tried to hide his entire face under his hat. A tense silence lingered just a moment longer. Before Gyoff could do anything to prevent it, Ada lifted him off the ground with the gentleness he would usually save for a baby.
All right, Bard. That's enough nice words from you today. Time to sleep it off.
Ah, thou flea-infested hay bale! A plague on thy house if thou dost dare put me to sleep! Are you listening?
Ada not only did that, but he also tucked the little drunkard in among protests. Gyoff's eyes were still open like platters, but the yellow deer waited patiently by his friend's side just to spite him. Just moments after being forced to lie down, Gyoff struggled to escape the confinement of the sheets, only managing to bring out his left arm to point at the ood lying in a corner. Ada got up and brought it to him. Gyoff sat up, reaching for the mistreated instrument eagerly. Inspiration had struck.
Living in fear isn't living at all. Escaping temptation is vain. If you do indeed wish to outrun it, hold up! The fastest way is to give in. Well, have I convinced you this time?
Gyoff didn't get to hear Ada's thoughts on his slurred improvisation. Instead, our hero slowly straightened his back as he got up, showing off his gigantic shoulder span in the process. His face was red as a tomato and a bit teary-eyed, but he was filled with fire inside. No.
You're right. I can't escape this feeling anymore.
Completely oblivious to the misunderstanding and unguaranteed hope he'd just sparked, Ada jumped to his feet. His sight was locked on the door.
I need to face it, Bard. I'm a coward. I don't want to be anywhere near this mess. I want to escape. What would that fix? I gotta give in to it. I'm here to stay. I'm here to help my friends no matter what it costs.
What are you talking about? Ada! Ada, come back here!
Ada returned late that night, only accompanied by the light of the growing moon shining above him. I could have got an achievement. Hang on. A rare 9.4% achievement. Watch Geoff say something nice for once.
Hey, Val, take a break. Have some water.
Oh my gosh, thank you for the
Stop
hydrate.
slouching.
See you in a bit, bird. Less than 10% of players have seen Geoff say something nice. That. Ada returned late that night, only accompanied by the light of the growing moon shining above him. He owed Zhao an apology or 10, and as proper an explanation as he could manage without bringing up an entire invasion. Day 13. Task: do what you can. And we will save day 13 for tomorrow, for it is now 10 minutes overtime. So, the save on page 5 is where we will leave that. Hello, Cost. Cost, I go for 4 hours, or I try to. I'm also very hungry. We will see the culmination of it all tomorrow, okay? It's not like you gotta wait a whole week this time. It's tomorrow. We're finishing the game tomorrow. Promise. So be here on time, okay? That's 5 p.m. GMT. For those of you watching on YouTube, I hope you've had a good time. You can find all the links and such to do with the stream in the description below. If you'd like to have a little nosy, you're more than welcome to. No obligation, of course. Those of you watching in stream, those said links are now in chat. So you can find our Discord, Blue Sky, tip page, wishlist page, everything to do with the stream, all in there. Thank you for watching. Goodbye, YouTube.